Everyone, it is Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024, and we're gathered here with the Athens-Clarke County Commission and myself, Mayor Kelly Gertz, for two gatherings this evening. We're going to begin with a special called session on which we have just a couple of items, including the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearings, and then we're going to continue with our typically scheduled agenda-setting session. And of course, this is on Wednesday, May 22nd, rather than Tuesday, May 21st, given that we had an election last evening, and so that's part of our normal protocol. So I'm going to go ahead and begin by asking the clerk to do a roll call for us.
Davenport.
Here.
Link. Here. Taylor.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Fisher.
Here.
Poole.
Here.
Culpepper. Myers. Here. Thornton.
Here.
Hamby. Here. And we have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll begin with our civility pledge that's been provided to us by the Georgia Municipal Association, and that indicates that the way we govern ourselves is often as important as the decisions we take. Our collective decisions will be better when differing views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered. All people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness tonight, and we value all input. Finally, we commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other. So again, as I noted, tonight is the opportunity to speak to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. And so we're going to go ahead and begin with a public hearing for up to 2 minutes per person. So if you come to the mic, you're going to see that there's a light in front of Clerk Spratlin. It will turn green when you begin speaking, yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your 2 minutes has expired. Please just give us your name and place of residence if you'd like to speak tonight. So now is that time to speak to the budget.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Ballard. I live at 145 Springbrook Drive in Winterville. So my name is Rebecca Ballard. I'm a children's librarian at the Athens-Clarke County Library. This is my 18th year working with the Athens Regional Library System. I've heard from families in our community many times over the years how the services we provide are an essential part of their children's upbringing. At our library, we offer services to children beginning at birth, and our library is there to serve throughout a lifetime. We have something for everyone of any age every single day, and our library programs are free to everyone. I love my job. I love serving my community. Librarians are helpers, and we really love helping people. I'm here to ask you to help us continue to providing the amazing services our community has come to expect and love from our library. We have asked for a budget increase that might be surprising to you because this necessity was always also surprising to us. The state has mandated that our library system greatly increase our contributions to the state health benefit plan and the teacher's retirement system. We have also asked for an increase to raise staff wages by 3%. I am sure you're aware of the necessity of health insurance, and the state of Georgia has given us no choices nor options to change to a different insurance provider. Providing a living wage also increases our ability to recruit and retain highly skilled staff to provide library services and help the community. We've asked for additional funding to provide for custodial supplies, security, and staff. Our library is busier than ever, and our extreme busyness requires everyday things like cleaning up the many messes little kids can make and ensuring everyone who visits our library is safe and happy. Based on our increasing attendance statistics this year, we expect our library will be even more bustling and full of patrons who need our services and help throughout the next year. Our library is an essential part of our community. A library is not just a building with books. A library is the people who help everyone in the community. Please help us to continue to help our community by approving the library's budget request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dylan Woolsey. I live at 395 River Road. So in Athens, there are usually, for those who have homes, there are two types of housing, renting and home ownership. For those who are, both are about 50% of the population, roughly, according to the latest census. For those who have homes, the commission and during the budget can directly provide aid to them in cutting their costs and improving these people's economic situation by decreasing their millage rate. This provides tax relief, and so they have less, so they have to spend less. However, for the other 50% of us who are renters, including myself, the commission cannot do such a thing. There's not a direct tax or direct costs that the commission can lower that will help us renters and decrease our costs of housing. So that is why I would very much encourage you to support fully funding our local housing funds and strike funds so that we can build more housing as quickly as possible to limit the amount of rent increasing that we have in Athens, which has increased a lot over the last few years, as well as even possibly decreasing our rents if we have enough housing. The only things that we have seen throughout the country that has decreased rent costs is building a lot of affordable housing. This has been seen in places from Austin and Minneapolis, as well as places here in Georgia, such as some of the cities that the affordable housing plan cited, such as Savannah. So I really encourage you to please think of the other half of Athens who are renters, and please fully fund the local housing funds so we can help people such as myself and many people I know who are renters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woolsey. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Sheridan. I live at 134 Ashley Circle. I want to speak to you briefly today about the budget for two departments, transportation and public works and transit. First, the budget for the transportation and public works department. I saw that the budget is recommending $100,000 for increased streetlight electricity costs. This is a necessary expense, but I believe more could be done. I suggest you increasing funding in order to erect more streetlights around the city, especially on major highways such as the Loop. I think doing so would make night driving a lot safer, and it would really help a lot of the pedestrians in town. Second, the budget for the transit department. I saw there wasn't really a lot of change in that department budget, and I wanted to encourage you to think about increasing their funding. The main shortfall that I'm seeing right now is kind of lack of bus service, and I think that would really benefit a lot of people like myself. So for example, I commute most weekdays between my apartment on the east side to UGA's campus. There's actually a bus stop right in front of my apartment complex, but this bus stop is only used on nights and weekends. So if I'm going to work during the weekday, I can't even ride the bus. So I think you should consider increasing transit funding so we can have more buses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sam Raffle, wheneverysecondcounts.org, 230 Spalding Circle, Athens. Monday's online Athens headline read, construction worker fatally injured on UGA campus. Our fire department responded in 3 minutes, but was not equipped to start an IV. IV are significant in trauma patients since they can sustain a patient's blood pressure long enough for them to make it to the operating room. It may not have made a difference here, but what about the next patient? Most Athens-Clarke County Fire and Emergency Services calls are medical, and we have over 100 personnel trained to the level of EMT or higher. To date, we have not provided them the medical equipment to perform to their level of medical training. And now in the proposed budget, we're looking to take funds away from what's been requested from our Athens-Clarke County Fire and Emergency Services Department. These are the very funds that have been dedicated to close the gap between our dedicated men and women's medical training and their ability to perform in the field. This is not the time to be taking funds from the fire department in such a way that weakens our public safety chain of survival. As we've said before, public safety is police, fire, and EMS, and we are only as safe as our weakest link. Public safety is thing one, and it must be secured before we do anything else. In the most recent budget proposal, we're looking to take $133,000 budgeted for cardiac equipment. Another $212,600 is coming out of Fire and Emergency Services appropriation. It's not clear whether that includes the $133,000 or not. But these are the worst possible cuts in the worst possible places at the worst possible time. Regrettably, these cuts would create dangerous delays as many of these improvements will not be implemented until all equipment has been purchased. I strongly urge you to make these funds available in any budget put forth by the mayor and commission. They're critical upgrades, and I thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Raffle.
Hi, Larry Jordan at 220 Maple Forge Drive. I'm here to address excessive government spending at the county level. I'll be reviewing the past 2 years' budget highlights and proposed FY25 budget in the 2 minutes I have. I must say that the mayor's proposed budget is unacceptable. Why, Mr. Mayor, do you constantly submit an annual budget that increases millions of dollars for each subsequent year over year? I own a home and my property taxes have skyrocketed. Cut the millage rate and spend less money. How about that? I have a personal budget that I have to live by, and I wish I could only get additional funding by taxing others like you do. And I really don't think you value our input because you've limited us to 2 minutes, which is nothing to say, and you keep changing the date and the location of the thing. Do you really fear for your safety to be doing all these changes? Some of my concerns, FY23 budget. You spent more than, we have spent more than $45 million more than the FY22 budget. Some of that is needed due to increased costs and benefits, but $45 million more is unacceptable. Housing and development alone has increased over $3 million in the last 3 years. Your sanctuary city like welcoming illegal aliens from all over the world, along with other counties dropping off their homeless here, which by the way breaks state law. Those counties know this liberal county will take care of them instead of using their own tax dollars for their own homeless population. Property tax revenues have increased $21.4 million since FY23. How about thinking about cutting the millage rate? You'll still get more taxes because of the values of the home, and just spend less on housing and development, judicial expenses for starters, FY25. We need a wholesale change of many commissioners and the mayor, but that's difficult because of the overwhelming number of uninformed voters that must like the status quo, obviously, as evidenced by last night's election, no matter how bad it is here. Those same voters are the reason we have the worst
Thank you, Mr.
district
Jordan.
attorney.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Sarah Gehring. I live at 140 Griffith Street, and I'm here to comment on the budget. I sent an email to all of you earlier with some just reference numbers about what a full millage rate reduction would do for property owners in Athens. I did that because that was something that was thrown out during the last budget cycle, and for reference, I just wanted to throw it out there. Reducing the millage rate by a full mill would save me $3 a month compared to keeping it where it is. And I own a below median value home that I bought in 2021, and my home has doubled in assessed value since the year that I bought it, just so you don't think that I'm a person who, has no stake in this. But cutting the county budget by $7 million, which would remove all new initiatives as well as cutting into existing services, it would give me $3 a month, and I don't think it's worth it. In my email, I went through other places. I looked at 2 houses on Gressom Avenue that would also save about $3 a month, a couple houses in Boulevard that would save about $14 a month, a business on Millage that would save $82 a month, and the Walmart on Lexington, which would save $400 a month from a full mill reduction. I think that we should keep the millage rate the same, especially since we are considering, we are looking at a future where where assessed values are going to be frozen by the state assembly. Before I go, I'd like to say restore the 3rd assistant manager position. 2 minutes went by really fast, but the manager's office is getting out in the community, and having them out there more would increase trust in our government, which I think is something that would be good for everyone.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening.
My name is Sydney Waters. I live at 6 South Stratford Drive in Athens. My grandson, for 10 months, as a 20-year-old, has been in EMT. He works with National on Gaines School Road if he's not moved to wherever you're assigned that night. I want to second everything that Sam Raffles said. He is an upstanding gentleman. He was my neighbor for many years. His wife taught my grandson how to read when he was in elementary school because he was dyslexic, and now he is an EMT. Please do not tie his hands behind his back from doing his job. Mr. Gertz told me to be able to speak tonight, I needed to find something on the agenda to speak to. And the EMT just fit right in. But I want to personally thank publicly Carol Myers for running a fantastic campaign, for being kind, gracious, and gentle to the old lady. I wish her well in her next 4 years of service. And I will be here, I will be watching, I will be asking questions. Where? Why? When? And what?
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Derek Moffett. I live at 120 Calvin Street, and we are honored and we are represented by Ms. Thornton. I want to rise and kind of give an amen to what Mr. Jordan started about the raising of millage rates. Some of you who I have dealt with in the past know that for about 20 years I was a political science professor. And as a freshman political scientist, my professor said that giving politicians the opportunity to tax you is like giving a drunk more alcohol. The more you give, the more they want. One of the problems we have in the 9th district is that we pay a lot of taxes and we can hardly get a stop sign put up. We don't see a patrol officer that comes by on a regular basis, even sometimes when we call. No matter what type of difficulties we have, it's always, no, we don't have enough money, but our money seems to be going to other areas, which is legally and morally wrong. My question, though, to the council, and I'm sure that no one is going to bite on this, but my question is, when you're sitting there saying, let's stick these taxpayers yet again with a higher tax bill, do you say, well, obviously they got somebody in the family that's going to die so they can get all this extra money. They're going to get a new stimulus check. Where do you all suppose that we're getting all this extra money to give to you to waste in other areas? Or, like most politicians, is the answer, well, we just don't give a darn. You either pay it or you're going to lose your property. But at some point in time, you have to come and say, you know, every year, and of course everybody knows what the economy is, we're continually being stuck, but we have zero to show for it. And at some point in time, you would hope that the council would say, let's give these people a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moffett. Good evening.
Evening. I'm Tony Lumpkin, 132 Calvin Street. I have the same issue that the other two guys spoke on. Longtime resident of Clarke County, we benefit nothing on the north side of town. The private school, UGA, benefit everything. The citizens of Athens benefit nothing. So I would like to just end that at that.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin. Is there anyone else here to speak to the budget as part of our Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing tonight?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for being here tonight and listening to everyone's public comments. I'm Elise Stengel. I'm at 235 River Hill Drive and Culpeper's district. And I am mostly here for two things, but first, please fully fund the library request. The library serves a really vital place in the Athens community. We have so many different groups meet there, take advantage of the free meeting space, from just local anime clubs to debates and other things supporting local government. You've hopefully seen our flyer with our numbers for this year. This one's looking a little battered, but we had almost 1 million items borrowed. we had, and this is for the regional system, I'll give that caveat, but people using the computers is one of the other most vital services that we provide. People come in just to use the computers to print things if they don't have internet or computers at home. The library is one of the places that they can always come. We don't require you to have a library card to use our computers. It's open to absolutely anyone who walks in the door and needs access to information, to reliable information, to their family, connectivity, social media. That is all something we offer at the library in addition to our children's services and other programs that we provide for book clubs and culture and music. And I also wanted to ask you to consider affordable housing. It is one of the main issues that I run into as a social worker here in Clarke County, just the fact that housing is not available. I talk to a lot of people who do get a monthly check, a lot of seniors on Social Security, and there is no places that will accept them as a tenant because they don't make 2.5 or 3 times rent. Okay, I'd rather not cut the millage rate and
Thank you, Elise.
keep services.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else here to speak to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing this evening?
Hi, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Valerie Bell, 2025 Baxter Street. I want to thank you all for everything that you do for our city. It's really very much appreciated. I'm here to talk about the library. We do have a fantastic library system. We have well over 960,000 materials that circulated. Just to keep that in context for you, that figure makes us the 3rd largest circulating library in the Pine system, and that's throughout Georgia. The other 2 that are just a little bit higher than us is West Georgia and Flint River. So we're the 3rd largest circulating library in the Pines library system. Early voting happened last week. Yesterday was voting. We've had our highest patron visit numbers of patrons since COVID. We're serving children's and teens in a variety of ways. Bling Your Prom is our annual initiative to allow residents to pick a free prom dress or suit. This event, established in 2018, has grown to include partners like barbershops, free haircuts, new makeup, and on-site seamstresses to make last-minute alterations to make the outfit perfect for our students. Over 200 people attended the event this year, which was March 15th and 16th. Our teen area is very, very busy. Right now, we're finding that we're serving between 60 and 70 middle schoolers per day from December through February. We hosted over 2,000 students. Our Family Fun Day, which begins June 1st, last year there was over 680 adults and 750 children attended. Our Summer Reading Club to help children combat the summer slide.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Please fund us.
Is there anyone else here to speak to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing tonight? All right, hearing none, given that this is obviously budget related, I'll give this opportunity for any budget feedback from members of the commission right now, and I'll let everybody who's listening to this know that we will follow up with a subsequent budget work session tomorrow, Thursday evening, so that we can move toward finalization of the FY25 budget. Any input from members of the body? Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I want to speak to the information about the firefighters and the equipment. I would like this commission to have a discussion about asking UGA to give us an annual payment in lieu of taxes to help fund some of these emergency services and also our housing fund, considering the outsized impact that institution has on our housing market and the fact that we do have invested much, much more in equipment to make sure that these high rises are safe, which are primarily built for students.
I see Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. And I missed last Thursday, so I don't know whether or not this came up. But as we go through our budget, I hope our colleagues, one thing we should always think about was, what can we give back to our taxpayers? And I don't think we ever had that discussion. So as we look through our budget, if in some form or fashion that we could look at lowering our millage. People think sometimes when folks say, well, it's $5 a month, $10 a month. Well, people who own fixed income, $50 means a lot to them. As a matter of fact, whether or not they're going to pay for medicine, or they're going to, maybe go buy something groceries. But again, I think we as commissioners should also be mindful how we spend our taxpayers' money, and also we all should always look at what can we give them back first before we start looking at what we can do and how we can spend money. So I just want to throw that out there, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Other input? Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. I shared with colleagues a draft budget that I threw together based on the same kind of spreadsheet we've used year after year that we get from the finance department. So I'd encourage people to consider it. I certainly welcome feedback on it. If tomorrow's our last meeting, I definitely welcome other versions to compare it to as well. But so far, having not seen one, I offer this as a starting place from my perspective. The revenue primarily is just using our unallocated fund balance, which we have quite a bit of a surplus of over the minimum needed per our finance policy to have 2 months of operating contingency. And it does a lot of things related to infrastructure. I heard a lot from colleagues, and I agree, around transportation, public works, and central services. So it fully funds or increases the funding for a number of the requests that have been kind of chronically underfunded in those arenas. It includes the things that staff has emphasized as like kind of essentially necessary for writing our budget, things like the results of the collective bargaining agreement with the fire department, PTSD coverage for public safety, some of the things we talked about with rural mowing, using the more affordable option that we've learned about, which is the outsourcing. It also includes a significant chunk for affordable housing. So I have a little paragraph in the notes that kind of breaks down the rationale, but looking at the main points in our affordable housing investment strategy that we collectively adopted, and then also the follow-up we got from staff on what they identify as the priority ways to follow through. It kind of initiates 3 funds under the umbrella of a local housing fund, one being the strike fund that the mayor's already funding, and then another one which is gap financing for LIHTC projects, and a third which would be a single-family affordable housing fund, which I've heard a lot of emphasis from colleagues on really wanting to put money behind as well, and that is, of course, included in the affordable housing investment strategy. I don't see the light, so just if I can have like maybe another minute or two. It includes some of the stuff we heard from the elected officials who came before us, so the state court requests are in there, as well as funding for the sheriff's office salaries to have parity with our police department, and at least a portion of the DA's request. We got like a revised request there, so I think there's some details there to work out before we know what those exact numbers would be. There was a request from our transit department to increase the fund that we hold in transit to make sure that they remain solvent as we move forward, and to kind of leverage those funds to get other funding from the feds and stuff. So it fully funds that request as well. And finally, the community partnerships program. So, we significantly augmented the $550,000 that was put out with the RFP by passing a CDO that was co-sponsored by some colleagues unanimously, that increased that by another $350,000. And so then acknowledging that, in addition to that, we've talked a lot about the CDBG programs. Another CDO just added another $100,000 to that this year. And the ARPA-funded programs, it brings that up to a round figure of 1 million, so kind of doubling what we saw last year, but really only a 15% increase on what we funded this year. So I think if we want to set up a process for success where we're adequately funding the things that we keep committing to on the front end, then it would be wise to include that in the budget. So all that adds up to taking down most of that surplus unallocated fund balance, but still leaving a little bit left over. I don't know if I mentioned, it also fully funds the quasi-governmental agencies that weren't funded in the mayor's budget. So that's Advantage Behavioral, Athens Council on Aging, the library, and the Public Defender's Office. So anyhow, if there's a interest in having this draft posted somewhere on our budget page or something, I'd love for the public to be able to see it. But I offer that to y'all for your consideration.
Thanks, Commissioner Houle.
Sorry, last thing. The ARPA funding, which was recommended in what you gave to us, Mayor, it dedicates the ARPA funding to fully fund the Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures and the Justice and Memory Project signage. But since the available ARPA funding from surplus administrative funds is not quite enough to cover that, it also uses a little bit of unallocated fund balance for the projects, the signage project. Thanks.
I want to recognize Commissioner Thornton and then Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank my constituents for coming out to speak tonight about the millage rate. Didn't know y'all were coming, so thank you. You need to come more. And I really want to emphasize, I heard Commissioner Houle give us a rundown of what he's worked on, and actually I was going to wait until after the last after Thursday to jot my ideas down, that some things fit with what he's suggesting and some things don't. As long as I have been on this commission, I have advocated for services and the same amenities as other communities within the loop. District 9 pays taxes, stormwater fees, but get none of the amenities that many of my colleagues' areas get. And that's just wrong. It's just wrong. And since I've been on this commission, it has taken me 5 years to figure out how this shell game is played. And I can't blame anybody on here personally, but this is very systematic that some groups of people are totally not getting services and the amenities because of many of our policies. And we had a great opportunity with ARPA to bring up North Avenue and the east side. We had a great opportunity. That would have been called equity, bringing us up to the other areas. But it seems like even when we had that opportunity to bring some of the areas that are kind of far behind, we want to use ARPA money to continue building up in other areas. And I'm only one commissioner, so I got to depend on other commissioners to have a little empathy and sympathy for those areas. You keep talking about equity, but you're not doing it. I don't think it is how much money we bring in, whether we lower the millage rate or don't, whatever. It's how we spend it. It's how we spend it. And we have just made some bad decisions, and I do want to apologize to all the constituents out here. It's so much division, but even when I look at I requested some information on infrastructure. We have put over 29, I wish I had it right here, for bike paths and pedestrian walks. We've put in more money in that area. The only other area that was, and I want to say it's 29 million, and most of that is SPLOST. But we're struggling with infrastructure, not just infrastructure, new infrastructure, but infrastructure that is decaying. But we have invested in things that only a certain group of people utilize. So Again, I want to thank my constituents for coming out speaking. I do want to do whatever I can for the fire and EMS upgrades. I definitely want to work on housing. And I do think we need to give our taxpayers a relief with the millage rate, a lower millage rate, if we can do that. But if we lower it, how are we going to spend our money? And I do support the library.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. I am still waiting, and if I've missed the email, I apologize that there was some still pending answers to some of my questions from the earlier budgets. So I'm taking notes. I appreciate those who are further along than I am with the process. I appreciate everybody coming out and sharing their priorities. We're getting a lot of emails to that, as well as during our previous budget discussions, people coming in highlighting their priorities. So I think that we do have a good budget that has come from the manager and the staff and through the mayor's office for us to fine-tune and prioritize as well. So I guess I'll highlight some of my pending questions that I see where they are in the process, or if I've missed them. Thanks.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, thank you. I want to first remind everyone that about 60% of our property taxes actually are going to the school district. The tax collector's office collects them and gets them over to the school district. So we're talking a lot about the millage rate here, but there's a millage rate that affects our tax bill just as significantly from the school board, if not more. Yeah, the budget is where we get to show our priorities. And I think that with the ARPA funds, we showed priorities in dealing with homelessness, affordable housing, mental health issues, youth development, and in a couple of other areas in there. And we do that in different ways. I know in our T-SPLOST program, this last time we had a lot of people in different areas, putting forward projects. So there's now, I think, $9 million coming for North Athens and a couple for West Athens, all from individuals who brought that forward. So I appreciate all the ideas that come forward here tonight. I'm going to be following through on some of the ideas that Commissioner Houle brought up. We have talked a lot about affordable housing. That's one of the major things that those of us who were candidates this season were asked about. And if we're going to do something about it, we need to actually put some money in there and follow through on that. With the community program, we've also been asked a lot about youth services. We've spent money there with ARPA, but we have to decide as a group, are we going to continue working on that and making a contribution? The EMS, as you all know, I'm really committed to that. As well, to make sure that we follow through on there so that we have EMS service here in Clarke County that's as good as that they have in the surrounding counties, which is not really the case right now. So I'll be thinking a lot more of these ideas. Appreciate everyone's coming up and speaking to us, and make your voices heard to the school board as well. I guess it's the same place, right? So just come back here for them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments in regard to the budget? Commissioner Houle?
Yeah, I just wanted to share, I was trying to skim through and I missed some of my own things, but others following up the draft that I offered. And I'll note that it keeps the millage rate flat, just like the mayor's recommended budget does. We've reduced the millage rate 3 times, I think, since I've been on this body. So there's a limit to how much we can keep cutting the millage rate, because the cost of things rise and the number of people living here expands, and the cost to provide just the same level of service, never mind doing more and getting to some of the places that we've chronically not gotten to, is going to cost more. So I do hope that we can keep it flat this year, especially noting that in people's tax bills, it is well under half of that bill, and we've got highest homestead exemptions in the state. And there's about to be another referendum that's likely to pass this November that'll provide further relief. Also, for folks on fixed incomes, which I am also very concerned about, it's worth noting that we passed by referendum a property tax freeze for anybody who's on a low income and owns a home. So if you're not already getting that freeze and you are a homesteader who's on a fixed income, please get with our tax assessor's office and get that freeze in place. But the last few things on the budget that I just want to note, There's also funding in here for the sheriff's office food request, but I think we're awaiting an update on the actual figure because it sounded like that was going to be revised. So some of these that are highlighted, if y'all look at it in yellow, are the ones that are kind of pending more info. Same goes for the EMS equipment, trying to make sure that we're funding those cardiac monitors, so when we're ready to be staffed up to have the whole fleet, going out and providing that level of service, that we've got enough over this 3-year plan to fund it. So I was going on the number that we had in the budget, but speaking with staff, it sounds like we may be able to get there on the same timeline with a little bit less than what was in the budget request. And then funding for the police department's ballistic vests. I think we all were under the impression that we had fully funded that before, but we actually only partially funded it. And so learning about the high caliber bullets that are very unfortunately flying around this community, protecting our officers from those is important to me, and I think all of us. Also, we've talked year over year about the need to make our website more accessible, and so there's a request from our Public Information Office regarding website enhancements that this would fully fund, and the Sustainability Department's fairly modest requests to fully fund those programs. So just wanted to add those notes to the mix. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Following up, Commissioner Thornton.
I was going to wait and listen to all the public speakers on the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, but I'm listening to Commissioner Houle, and he has, and this is what it's like when I say something to anybody, it's not heard. I have not heard anybody agreeing that North Avenue and part of East Athens has totally been neglected. And you don't talk about that, but you want them to pay taxes. You don't talk about it. It's nowhere in your report. We talked about infrastructure. And if we cannot be equitable, let's not pretend that we are. Even Lexington, on that other side, they don't have any infrastructure. Every dollar that we really bring in from ARPA, what's left of it that we haven't chopped up, should be for infrastructure. Everybody in their area should be able to walk by and say, my commissioner helped me get stormwater. My commissioner helped me get sewage hookup. What's the use of having sewers that have been installed and they're not hooked up because the residents can't pay for it? ARPA could have done that. Again, let's just, I want to get through the process, and I hope I can work with Commissioner Houle and other commissioners. But the folk in District 9 have been left out so long, and I made it clear, I don't blame anybody on this commission, because you weren't part of this. This is forever back. But now that I'm bringing it to your attention, let's remember that there's a group of people that are always left out. Always left out. And then you want them to keep paying, and they don't even have stormwater. They don't even have the hookups. So no, it's not our fault, this current commission. I'm not blaming us. But it is a problem. I'm bringing it to your attention. And I do not want to always be the only voice, isolated voice, talking about what is not being done for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would observe that in addition to the annual budgets that we approve, which are largely about operational questions and staffing, with about 80% of our budget going toward personnel, we also frequently approve multi-year budgets through our SPLOST and T-SPLOST programs. And for members of the public, our next T-SPLOST program is going to begin to be assembled later this year, probably for referendum very late in 2025 or early in 2026. And so that's a great opportunity for some of those very large infrastructure opportunities like stormwater management and like streets and drainage. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, and I mean, you brought that up, so I just want to emphasize again something I emphasized the other night is that we have an opportunity at the end of this year to make a decision about how to spend that T-SPLOS program, and we can put that into infrastructure and emphasize areas that are most in need, and do that up front, so that we are taking, listening to each other and listening to the needs, and I hope we can do that.
I've got Commissioner Houle, and then I'll return to you,
Okay.
Commissioner Thornton.
Yeah, I'll use my third and final opportunity in this, according to our rules. To be clear, and I'll take a moment here to say, I do recognize the historic inequity and the long history of underfunding infrastructure in this community, and that's especially affected rural areas, and even within the loop, like super especially the east side of town, East Athens has not gotten its due. There's kind of a twofold way that I think we address that problem. Part is just having sufficient funding to do anything, and then the other part is having a policy in place that ensures that the places that have been historically neglected are prioritized. I think we've made progress in both, and what I'm offering here is for us to put more of the money towards some of the infrastructure things. I mean, specifically to give a couple of examples, the TPW request around safe routes to schools, and the other one around local road improvement projects, and a third one around roadway safety devices. Those are all, if you read the descriptions, related to other policies that we've worked on, including some that I've worked on in committee with Commissioner Thornton and others, to try to bring more of that equity. So things like our residential traffic management program and our traffic calming efforts, to make sure that when we're using whatever data we have to prioritize where to put it, that we're looking at where infrastructure doesn't already exist as one of those indicators to acknowledge inequity, as well as census data and where there is historically or presently higher poverty rates. And so I do feel like on the policy end we're making some progress, although we still have a long way to go. But where we have an even longer way to go is on the funding side. We've just, this government hasn't put enough money toward all the sidewalks and all the pipes and all the other improvements that need to be in many, many more places in this community for us to have anything close to equity or service countywide that makes good on the promise of unification. And so I don't think we're going to solve that all in 1 year. I hear people also wanting us to certainly avoid raising the millage rate and maybe even, talking about cutting it again. So if we're really, squeezing our budget like that, there's only so much to play with. But in using the unallocated fund balance we have, trying to balance the infrastructure of housing, which is the other big chunk, with the infrastructure around some of the things that I hear colleagues, including Commissioner Thornton, raising up as important. And so I do hope that we can do that. Thanks.
Oh,
Return to you, Commissioner Thornton.
Yes, I guess it's it. All right, first of all, yes, North Avenue has a T-SPLOS bucket of over $8 million from last year. District 2 got about the same or a little less. But for those commissioners that were on here last year, do y'all remember how hard I had to fight? Do you remember me having to walk out of a meeting because I worked with one of my constituents that's another thing. Folk gotta understand the process. One of my constituents, who is a civil engineer, was able to manipulate or, draw a plan. The average person is not able to do that. And I remember when I brought the paper to one of our treats, Commissioner Hull, you said, oh, did you create this for everybody? No, I created it for my district. And then that same night that I walked out, a former commissioner tried to change the rules of the process because we had stepped up and figured it out. Tried to change the rules on the process, which that's my point. When we figure it out how to do it or how to, play ball, you change the rules. Policies are nothing but words on the paper. We need action plans. We should have accountability. We should be able to say, by this is going to be done. So I appreciate policy, and because everything that you mentioned, yes, we've talked about it internally, but the voters don't know because everything takes so long. And then when commission change, everything that was already, look at that data that I sent to each of you on the infrastructure money. Look at that data and see where we spend our money at. And I know that was SPLOST dollars, but nobody was talking about infrastructure then or thinking about it. And even now, last year, I was talking about infrastructure. We were doing all these social programs. So I'm putting it out there because I don't want nobody to say, I don't know or I didn't know. This was not even, I wasn't even planning to say this tonight. But we cannot go along and come up with draft budgets that we need to make sure are equitable. Again, I'm not blaming anybody on this commission, but there were people who were around that ignored North Avenue and the East Side. And that's the bottom line. So I'm not going to be supporting stuff, even if I lose a vote. I don't care. I'm going to try to do what's right, and maybe somebody will have a conscience, and let's work on this. Because last year was the first year we got a bucket of money because I had folk working on T-Splosh that knew what they were doing. And the average community does not know. So we got to do the right thing. We got to do the right things for the other folk that don't know.
All right, as noted earlier, our discussion of the budget will continue tomorrow evening for our final budget discussion session ahead of our June 5th budget meeting. I want to recognize you, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me help Commissioner Thornton out on the SPLOSH money that we have spent. Public utilities, water and sewer, $42 million. Bike lanes, bike paths, improvement, sidewalks, $29 million. Paving, $28 million. Bridges, $10 million. Stormwater, COVID subtotal, $8 million.
8 million.
Intersection improvements, $5 million. And then got other sub, $2 million, and airport, $2.4 million. So that's how we have spent some of our SPLOSH money over the last several years.
Can you repeat the bike one and stormwater?
Bike one, $29,472,000, and stormwater, $8,143,000.
That's my point.
All right, we have many opportunities to continue to work on funding for both infrastructure and operations again tomorrow night. Look forward to that conversation. All right, we have one item of new business. We need to hear this under suspension of rules. I'll entertain a motion for suspension of rules at this point.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Fisher for suspension of rules. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have this single item of new business regarding the rules of the commission. And we do have an opportunity for public input on the change in public input. So if anyone would like to speak to this, now is that time. All right, seeing none, we'll come to commission discussion. All right, would any commissioner like to place a motion on the table?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hool and a second from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Hool, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I guess just briefly, this makes a few tweaks to our rules to bring them in line with how we've been operating, in some cases for a couple of years and in some cases more recently. It also clarifies in our rules that under extenuating circumstances, we may change venue with proper notice, as much notice as is reasonably possible. So yeah, I'm hoping that we can move forward on this. I think it'll be good. We did discuss this in open session in a retreat initially. I don't think there were very many people in the room besides us, but it was an open meeting. And then since then have, of course, discussed this in recent meetings as we've been kind of working through how to go about it. But the only thing I'd like to add that I'd prefer were different is I'd prefer that we allow some other way for people to sign up for public comment besides just the hour before in person, but I understand the argument that's been made by some, including Mayor, for why we, at least for now, start with just this, and so willing to support it as is for tonight to get us moving forward. But I'd like for us to look at something like that in the future, ideally sooner than later. Perhaps we can do so when we also are looking at the changes regarding the zoning portion of public comment, because that's going to take a little bit longer to work out as Planning Commission reviews an ordinance change that has to accompany it. So, thanks.
All right, I've got Commissioner Wright as the seconder who gets an opportunity to speak, and then I have Commissioner Fisher and Link.
Yeah, I appreciate this coming forward. I believe in January we were going to spruce this up. And then we're going to talk about some other things. And one of those things, I thought that while we're limiting and timing our public input, that it would be good if we also have the clock running for each of us when we talk, so that we can also practice concise, staying to the point comments, and respect the public's time here and our time. I'm having a hard time getting my point in. Good thing the clock's not running. But so anyway, so I just think that we should maybe annually take a look at this in January and review, see how things are going, and update it more frequently. We had like every 2 years done that, or when we had swearing in, I think there was a time when we did it more regularly. But I hope that we continue to update it and make it relevant.
Thank you. Commissioner Fisher?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm probably going to support this, but I do want to Commissioner Wright's point, we need to put a timer on ourselves. If we're limiting our public to 2 minutes, maybe we need to limit the commissioners to 2 minutes also. I mean, if we're going to ask them to do something, we should take the leadership and do the same thing. So I'm not sure whether or not that's a substitute motion, or we can take a look at that as we move forward. But we ask the public to down to 2 minutes, and I think we should do the same thing for ourselves and put us on the clock, as Commissioner Wright mentioned. So.
Turn to Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I just want to go on the record saying that I would prefer that we maintain the 3 minutes of public comment for agenda items. I believe that's fair for items that we're actually voting on in that night, and I do look forward to revisiting the entire set of rules in a proper work session in the future.
Commissioner Davenport?
I'm going to do a motion to deny. If it wasn't broke, let's not fix it. I believe it's a disservice for our constituents and to the residents and the constituents of Athens and beyond to reduce the amount of minutes that they speak. I completely understand why we want to do that, but just in a lot of things, I don't think right now is a good time to do so. And I really have some concerns about the signs. I think signs are freedom of speech. The only limitation we should be thinking about or considering, other than prohibiting them, is maybe just allowing people in the back so people in the front can be able to see, because signs can block the view from those who may be sitting behind. But a motion to deny.
I'll second.
All right, substitute motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Link to deny the set of recommendations. Commissioner Link, you've spoken already to the substance of the matter. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, just in terms of cutting down, Commissioner Davenport's suggestion is to deny this because he would prefer it to leave it with the 3 minutes. Is that correct? Yeah. I'd be happy with that as well. I think that we were trying to look at security and such, and limiting the amount of time we were speaking and making decisions about that might have had to do with security in our heads. To me, it feels like it's been a bit hasty as well. In terms of limiting the commission, an idea brought up by my colleague, Commissioner Fisher, I respectively would put forth that we have a responsibility to talk about topics here in the open public, and limiting our ability to explain them more than we have right now, I think is problematic. But that's not what's being proposed tonight. So I will leave the mic at this point, let someone else speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Any further input? Commissioner Thornton.
I'm agreeing that of going back to the 3 minutes. I don't remember that being a significant problem, even between the time when things got a little hairy. It wasn't the 3 minutes, it was when folk got out of control. more so. So they can get out of control in 2 minutes, actually. So I do think the 3 minutes is fair. Personally, I think that our agendas are too long. I don't know if this is the time to bring it up, and it probably isn't, but if we're talking about what are we trying to do? Are we trying to stifle people from talking or hold people back or whatever? And I don't think that's our intent. But I do think that this commission has an overwhelming amount of information that is usually given to us at the very last minute, and we're supposed to talk intelligently, and that's a problem for me. So I don't think it's the minutes. I don't think signs are ever appropriate. I've heard Commissioner Myers even talk, one of her constituents felt a little threatened. I feel very distracted. So I don't think signs are appropriate, but the 3 minutes for the public and for us, I think is sufficient. But I do think we need to do a better job on how we carve out the agendas.
I would identify insofar as the construction of the agenda, all of those items are driven by the budget that we create annually that need a subsequent approval for a specific element of it, or one of the SPLOST or T-SPLOST style capital projects, or in some cases grants. So if we wanted shorter agendas, we would have to have more meetings, ultimately.
Mayor, we could cut that agenda if we wanted to, and we don't have to have no more meetings. And that's your opinion, and my opinion is different. But I told you I know we couldn't do nothing about today, so you didn't even need to make a comment there because we disagree.
Commissioner Davenport.
Just to remind my colleagues and to the general public, we do have a retreat coming up in August. We're going to be taking a little short break. I think we should just come back and revisit this as we have further discussions on our GMA policy of how we address each other, but also incorporate that as well with what is being recommended today. But just want to throw that out there.
Any further input on the question? Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer, I'm amenable to keeping it to 3 minutes. So if either the motion to deny fails and it comes back to the original motion, or if the motion to deny, if Commissioner Davenport's willing to withdraw it, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve, but strike the 7th paragraph of the resolution and strike the changes to section 7C of the rules, which would basically retain 3 minutes for public comment, but like as is, so not reducing it to 2, but then otherwise make the other changes we've discussed.
Did you want to ask through the chair if Commissioner Davenport would contemplate those changes in his motion?
Sure, yeah.
I don't want to make any changes. Just motion to deny.
Okay, well, hearing that the motion to deny is still on the floor, if that motion fails, I'd be happy to amend my motion to include those changes I mentioned. Thanks.
Any further input before we take a roll call on the substitute? Commissioner Thornton.
I got a question for Commissioner Davenport. So are you denying so we can discuss it at the retreat? Is that the purpose of your denial?
I just think there's some pieces of it that we need further discussion, and approving it tonight would be hasty because we only spent 30 minutes on it last time, and there was still, during that meeting, there were differences. So just for us to get it right for the public and for ourselves, let's spend more time on it.
Okay.
All right, the substitute motion on the floor is to deny the set of recommendations. We'll begin our roll call with Commissioner Davenport.
Davenport.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Wright.
No.
Fisher.
Yes.
Hoole.
No.
Culpepper. I'm sorry, Sal. Myers.
Yes.
Thornton.
Yes.
Hamby.
No.
6 yes, 3 no.
All right, motion carries. Certainly we will discuss this at length further this summer. Thank you, everyone. All right, all business being final in our special called session, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Adjourned. So moved.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Taylor to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will now move into our regularly scheduled agenda setting session. The agenda setting session has several opportunities for public input. We'll have an opportunity on the consent agenda. We will have individual opportunities on each planning and zoning item following a presentation from our planning department staff. And then we'll have an opportunity for public input on old and new business. All right, I would first like to ask members of the body, would anyone like to remove an item from the consent agenda? If you could raise your hand and I will call on you. I see Commissioner Link.
Number 11, please.
Commissioner Houle.
2.
Commissioner Myers.
8.
All right, so we have 2, 8, and 11 that will go to discussion under old and new business. 2, 8, and 11 that will go to discussion under old and new business. Would any member of the public like to speak to any of the other items on the consent agenda? So items 1 through 10, excepting 2 and 8. All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move to our professional planning department staff presentation on planning and zoning items. And again, following each presentation, there will be an opportunity for public input. Good evening. Good to see you.
Good evening. Thank you. We have 8 items that have come forward from the Planning Commission for you to hear this evening. The first of those, a little unique. This was an item that came before you in December. It was a request for a special use permit for a halfway house at 129 Peach Street. At that time, with the process involved for that kind of facility, there was a state review for 6 months. So there was no action taken at the December meeting. The action taken on the request would fall during this cycle, May, June. So this is more or less a reminder of what you saw back in December. So the request is at 129 Peach Street. It was brought by Jada Fiorentino. It's a special use in the RM1 zone for a halfway house use. The proposal is to use an existing single-family dwelling that sits on just under a 1-acre site for a sober living facility. Some quick views and reminders of the location here off of Peach Street. Peach Street is a relatively short street. It is a cul-de-sac, and it sits just north of Atlanta Highway. Here's a view of the future land use designation on the property, which is traditional neighborhood. A view of the zoning, which is RM1 presently and would remain RM1, but the request is for a special use in the RM1 zone. Here's a site plan depicting the existing conditions of construction on the site. Those would not be altered as part of this proposal. And here's view from the street of that same residence. So the Planning Commission recommendation at the time that this came before them in November, and this was presented to you in December, was for denial. They expressed support for serving a vulnerable population with this facility. However, they did note that the location was not well suited for the use. They specifically mentioned the lack of proximity to Athens Transit Service, and there was some discussion about the cul-de-sac location and alignment. Just that reminder again that there are 2 public hearings required, so this would be back before you for the vote on June 4th. And that ends the staff report.
All right, thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it. Is anyone here to speak to Peach Street? If so, you have 3 minutes at that time.
So I'm Jada Fiorentino, and we're still New Life House, and we're
We've done a few things since the last time.
Ma'am, you may want to pull the mic down just a little bit so we can hear you.
Okay, so we've done a few things since the last time we saw you, and I just wanted to bring you up to date, and then also see if I could pass out a copy of our policies and procedures that I made for you guys, which might help you understand a little more about who we are and what we do.
You can hand that to the attorney after you speak.
Okay, who's that?
Judd Drake.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I made a copy for everybody, but we have gotten, all of us are CPR certified, and I've gotten moral recognition therapy certified, CARE certified, which is a certified peer support specialist in addiction and alcohol and drug abuse, and I've also gotten SOAR certified, which is a science of addiction and recovery. We also have transportation now. Nobody's using the bus system. Even the bus stop that's over there, that's there isn't in use. So we did acquire a van, and we have a driver that takes the ladies to and from work and to meetings. We also created an aftercare program so that when they get their own place, we can monitor from their house. So they're not all at Peach Street. Some of them are in their own home, participating in life, living, doing all the things, and then they go to meetings and they come in for random drug screens, and they're living out successful lives. Our policies and procedures continue to be updated and reflect our culture of love and support while creating a safe and sober living environment that will continue to abide by all local laws and regulations. We're just like everybody else. We need a place to go. And also, we are working closely with Freedom from Bondage. We have a support system with them. Also with Divas Who Win. We work with Advantage Healthcare. We work with The Bluffs, Serenity Grove, PLR, Alliance Recovery, and the Athens-Clarke Community Supervision, and more. And we're just here to help support women and help them become self-sustaining, productive members of society. So we'd appreciate you letting us do that. We absolutely, we need to have somewhere to go. And I will leave my policies and procedures so that everybody can review.
Thank you. Just because you weren't on mic at the beginning, could you state your name again for the record?
I'm Jada Fiorentino.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. And Judd Drake, our county attorney, will take that from you. Is there anyone else here to speak to the Peach Street project? Good evening.
Hey, how are y'all? My name is Bree George. I'm a resident of 129 Peach Street of Athens-Clarke County. I am also a person in long-term recovery, and what that means to me is that it has been 1 year, 2 months, and 13 days since I've had a mood or mind-altering substance. When I came into recovery, I was broken. I had nothing. I was homeless. And I would not be where I am today without the help of New Life House and the recovery community. With a drug problem that the world has today, I do not understand why people wouldn't want to open more places and have a welcoming arms for people like me who are trying to recover. New Life House is operated out of love, compassion, and everyone deserves a chance to recover. Without this place, I would still be a broken 22-year-old without a home and thinking there was no reason for me to live anymore. I was on drugs from the age of 12, and I knew nothing about the life outside of that. And thanks to New Life House, I am able to be a mother, a good employee, a daughter, and a law-abiding citizen. I think that everyone should be given the chance to recover and be shown a life worth living. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. George. Is there anyone else here to speak to the Peach Street property?
Hello, and thank y'all for being here today. My name is Jessie Lane, and I'm a resident at 129 Peach Street. I'm a person in long-term recovery. As of today, I'm 3 months sober. My life before recovery consists of chaos. I live to use and use to live. I was not a productive member of society. I couldn't hold a job. My friends and family just didn't want anything to do with me. Coming to New Life House saved me. New Life House gave me a safe and sober place to recover. New Life House gave me a structure to my life. The women who run New Life House are excellent examples of how life is supposed to be in recovery. I've learned how to live in society again. I'm very proud to say I am part of New Life House, and everyone deserves a chance to recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Is there anyone else here to speak to Peach Street? All right, seeing none, we'll move to commission discussion. And this is in District 2, so I'm going to turn to Commissioner Link to begin.
Yeah, thank you. Before I start, I have a quick question for staff. I had a pretty lengthy conversation with Planning Director Griffin about this, and he indicated that it wouldn't come up for a vote till August. Is that correct? Or is it coming up in next week, in 2 weeks?
It would be in 2 weeks.
Okay, okay. I certainly recognize the need for this kind of housing, this kind of supportive housing, and I also recognize the fact that there are very, very, very few places in this community where this kind of housing is even allowed. Our code does not allow it in single-family neighborhoods, and I also recognize that the impact of this particular piece of property being fully built out under its current zoning, that's RM1 zoning, would allow for 15 or so residents to live there in an unsupervised environment. I've had some conversation with at least one nearby resident explaining that to them. I recognize the very limited infrastructure in this area. I think the biggest problem that some of the nearby neighbors have with is the fact that any car that comes to visit the property has to turn around in what isn't a cul-de-sac. It's a dead end that narrows in effectively a ditch or a gully, and the only place to turn around is in a very steep uphill driveway where an elderly lady resides. So I'd be interested in allowing this project to move forward with a few conditions regarding a circular driveway and on-site parking. And so I'll be having a conversation with staff in Transportation and Public Works about how to accommodate that. And I'm hoping to meet with the residents on the street this weekend to hammer some of those details out, and I'd like to reach out to the applicant as well.
Any further input on this project? Commissioner Thornton.
I think that I did visit and was very impressed with what I saw. I do understand the fears, especially in that cul-de-sac area. It's just a natural fear. But I do, one of the things I did, and Commissioner Taylor was with me when we talked to somebody about halfway houses. And that's the way it's written here, is halfway house. That just has such a negative connotation and stereotype that goes along with this helpful thing. It's helpful. But people get very turned off when you say halfway house. And I understand that now. I think the terminology is sober living homes, that is being trying to take away that negative connotation. And actually, we were supposed to go meet with somebody, and Commissioner Link, if I could share that contact with you before the next meeting. Tiffany and I met with Ms. Green. I'd be glad to share that as we move forward. I think that anybody who is trying to get their life together, that is our duty as just human beings to help out any way we can. Now, I know that brings fury, and again, I don't even know how I'm going to vote, but right now I think we need to make sure we get all the information, all the options that are out there, because you ladies deserve a second chance. All of us have had second chances at one time or another. Thank you.
Further input? Commissioner Myers?
Yes. Okay. I also, I visited some of the sober living houses over on the east side and see what remarkable work is being done there. My concern with this is more a bigger issue with our zoning, and that might have nothing to do with this individual case and how I decide to vote. But the fact that this is an RM1 zone for mixed density residential. But again, as I brought up the last time this was up there, if I walk down that street or look on Google Maps, it looks like a single family home. And the same is true with the next one that's coming forward. And so looking at what we've done with zoning, where we have single-family neighborhoods that look like single-family neighborhoods, but are RM1, and therefore they can have halfway houses in them, but then another neighborhood like mine that looks like single-family and is single-family that can't. Can I have a question for staff? Is that something we can address when we do the future land use and the zoning allowances? Is that something that's going to be reviewed at all?
Yes. There we go. Can you hear me?
No.
There we are. How
There
about
we
that? We will talk about that once we interpret the future land use map into a zoning map.
Yeah.
So that's one step removed from where we are right now, but absolutely that could be taken up as part of revisiting our zoning code.
Yeah, I know. No, I just think that's important for us to note, because both of these neighborhoods and the next one are historically African-American neighborhoods that have been zoned this way and allow this kind of use, which may be the best thing in the world, but then let's put it in my neighborhood as well, over in a regular single-family home neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions. We didn't hear tonight, but we've heard previously from residents on Peach Street about this. There's also a really good Athcast pair of episodes where they interviewed some of those residents and gave a lot of the history of, this neighborhood and this house, and definitely recommend people listen to that. So it makes this particular situation very complicated, and I think it's an example of how structures that are in place pit folks against each other that are unfairly placed at odds with each other, it is a difficult decision. I do find myself generally wanting to support more recovery facilities in our community because we're, at a huge shortage of those. But I did have two questions. One is kind of an FYI and a question if the attorney has a response. HB 1073 passed this year and the governor signed it, and it strikes a whole section of state code, which is also the section of state code that defines halfway house and is why we are sort of bound to using that problematic term still. I'm curious what impacts that bill being enacted will have on the process here, because what that does basically is stipulate that zoning procedures for halfway houses, which is how they're still defined in state code, should be treated the same as any other zoning matter. And I think the reason why we have this in our code in the first place was to adhere to the state law, which up until this legislative cycle required that we do this kind of special two-part hearing. So I'm curious for both this and the next agenda item, what the impacts of that law being enacted are. And the other question I have, I don't know if we have an answer yet, I shared it by email, is just if we find ourselves kind of at a continued impasse where there's sort of irreconcilable differences between the residents of the street and the folks in the halfway house, but acknowledging that there's already people there and that there's a great need, is there a way to provide a temporary approval to the special use, the same way we had kind of floated for a fraternity back in the day, where we could say, like, we'll grant them the opportunity to do this for X amount of months or a year or something, and perhaps that gives them time to find another location, since we also see that they're trying to do that with the following item on our agenda. So I don't know if the attorney's office has any answers to those questions now, or otherwise hopefully we can get those before we're asked to vote. Thanks.
Attorney Drake, any immediate response?
Yeah, Austin Jackson is looking at this issue, Commissioner, and I just sent him a reminder. So we'll get an answer to you in the next day or so. You can send an email, and we haven't gotten back to you. I apologize, but we'll get it. And the other issue, though, about this, could you restate that about the fraternities?
Yeah, I had actually shared it with the manager's office, but maybe this should have gone to your office, I'm not sure. But, you know, in the past, we had proposed for a different special use permit, this idea of approving it for 1 year and 1 year only, like basically putting a sunset on the approval. And so I don't know if this particular type of special use permit is somehow different, but I am curious if that would also be an option for this body to consider, like an approval that only lasts for a certain amount of time, to give the folks who are living in recovery here a chance to maybe find somewhere else if there isn't the will on this body to grant like a permanent special use, to at least grant a temporary one. So I'm just curious if procedurally that's something we can do before we decide whether or not we want to take that route.
So Attorney Drake, we'll get some subsequent communication about that question. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've got Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this, as I stated back in December. Judge Drake, or maybe someone can answer this question for me. Since December, how many have successfully transitioned from this sober living house, as well as how they're doing? And the reason why I ask this is because we've had all of the residents from that street come and oppose, not because of the work that this sober house is doing, because of the area. And I frequent that area daily, and I know the city bus works at that bus stop. And I've also visited sober houses in my district, as well as worked with some of the providers that you mentioned. And I consciously can't go along with this because I know the neighborhood. I fear for situations to occur because of the environment, not because of the work that you do. And I also posed the question that if this was a predominantly white neighborhood with a predominantly black sober living house, would we even be going down this road, or would it have been shut down in December? And my colleague is huffing and puffing because it is the right question to pose. So Saturday, when you go and speak to those residents, maybe ask them, because I really feel like it'll be a waste of time to go and speak to people who have already come to us and told us that they are not in favor of it. But it's also a repeated slap in the face to not take into account the people that you represent, but you also want their vote. So,
Commissioner, just as a kind of procedural reminder, just remember to speak through the chair. But if you would like some input from the provider, I know the provider's here, and so I think the provider's heard of that. So please make sure, Ms. Fiorentino, that you provide that information if that's accessible, and that would be helpful for members of the body. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'll just state for the record that there is one of these houses operating in my neighborhood, like 3 across the street and 3 doors down from me. There are these types of residences are operating under the radar in single-family neighborhoods all over town, and it's operating in such a way that it doesn't disturb the neighborhood. You know, we do have adequate on-street parking, and I have had a very friendly, collegial. I know a couple of the residents of that street very, very well, and we've had, you know, very honest, upfront discussion about it, and they recognize the zoning situation where, yeah, this current RM1 zoning could have a worse impact if it were to be redeveloped as student housing or a fraternity house, or, you know, an under-the-radar fraternity house, which we see a lot. You know, I believe that we can come to some kind of compromise to assure that, you know, this facility, I mean, it's not even a facility, it's a home, you know, and they are supervised. I mean, you know, quite frankly, that home on my street is less disturbing than some of the homes that have families in them. You know, there is a family home on my street that has a relative that gets out of prison once in a while and takes up drug dealing again. That's not going on in this supervised facility. So I also believe, I want to echo Commissioner Meyer's concerns. We definitely need to take a look at our code because there are some severe inequities that have been inflicted upon African-American neighborhoods being laid over with this RM1 zoning. And I think this is one of those areas where, sure, why can't these go through the same exact process to be allowed in a single-family zone neighborhood? Maybe we need to look at things like lot size and infrastructure accommodation, parking accommodation, on-site parking, you know, fencing, buffers, things like that, rather than simply the zoning of the area. You know, these are highly organized organizations that help people in real need, and we have a terrible housing crisis, we have a terrible homelessness crisis. I'd rather see us open up our zoning code to accommodate these kinds of facilities in a real home situation and assure that they're in places where the infrastructure is adequate and they're not likely to disturb the neighbors. You know, and like I said, over and over and over again, the most disturbing impact of these multi-adult households has everything to do with parking, whether it's a sober living recovery home or a multi-bedroom student housing or simply a family that has multiple adults living in the house.
Any further input? Commissioner Thornton?
Yes, again, I did try to do some homework since December because I was torn with the residents that were speaking, and I appreciate Commissioner Myers noting that the zoning is not equitable across the board, and that needs to be addressed. But I think it's so unfair because I talked to folk in that area trying to just to get an understanding. But I think it's so unfair that a resident, not anybody from this home in that community, could tell me, well, we got 2 drug houses right around it. You can tell me where the drug houses are, and still you have a program that's trying to help people not get. We should be trying to shut the drug houses down and not hurt folk that are trying to get away from the drugs. But it's in predominantly African American communities. We don't like to snitch. That's the word, I guess. So we can get something done. I think it'd be more profitable for everybody if we could shut these drug houses down. The drug houses are more of a threat to these ladies than the ladies are to the community. So again, I am not making a decision on my vote. I totally want to make sure that we look at everything, but I do believe that the problem is not these ladies. It's the drug houses. It's the drug houses.
And to repeat what I said just now and back in December, I'm not penalizing these women. I sat at the ER until 11 o'clock last night because I had a resident that OD'd on fentanyl, whose son I take home to school every day just so he can get to Hillsman Middle School. So I'm not penalizing women who are trying to get their lives together. What I am saying is to knowingly have a sober house and a place that we knowingly know is a hot spot. Are we going to beef up our police department, mayor, colleagues? Are we going to bust the drug houses? I'm just trying to understand, because what I'm saying is it's a repeated thing when we have a sober house and a drug house and women trying to get themselves together but constantly tempted is, or maybe that's just because I live where I live and I see it on a daily basis, so maybe I have more skin in the game than to be talking about zoning. These are real life issues. We have people overdosing daily. Whether you close the drug houses down, put sober houses on an island themselves. Like, it's gonna be at someone's front door, is what I'm saying. And so I don't want you to think that I'm trying to penalize you for any other reason besides saying I'm afraid for the safety of the women that's there, because I know temptation, because I see it on a daily basis. And it is real. And you guys know better than me that it is real. So that is my point.
We have another special use application on Henderson Extension, and so we're going to hear a presentation about this one.
All right, thank you. This is special use 2024-03-0452 at 1005 Henderson Extension. The request in this case is for special use in an RM2 zoning designation, RM still. The request is for a halfway house, and as described in the application, the residents would serve 5 to 10 women. The proposed structure has already been approved for construction as a single-family home, and we do need to note there is a condition of zoning, that's what the asterisk stands for, that dates back to 2001. This property was part of a 400-plus parcel rezone of the Baxter Broad area, and this one parcel was referenced with a restriction on having access onto Henderson Extension should it be developed as multifamily. Thinking about this parcel, which is very large, and we'll look at it in a second in the aerial views and the mapping. But the notion was, with Henderson Extension being a very narrow street, to not have hundreds of trips generated out of multifamily onto Henderson Extension. That's the purpose of the condition. So I just want to make that clear. That's involving the subject property, but it was really related to multifamily use. Aerial view of the site. It is just north of the Baxter corridor that you see there. You can see Rock Springs Park just to the east of the location that's outlined in red. Future land use for the property is mixed density residential, which sets up for that RM zoning, as you see here, RM2. And in this case, the ask is for the special use for the halfway house function. Difficult to read, but that site plan, you can make out the outline of the subject property. Like I said, it's very large. It has an environmental area that runs through the middle of it, a riparian buffer along a creek. The house that's been built is in that upper northwestern corner, and that is the structure that would be used for the proposed use. Here are elevation drawings of the structure. Planning Commission's recommendation was for approval. They found that this was compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan. They noted it increases access to affordable housing, and it provides housing especially for a specific group in our community that faces an elevated risk of homelessness. They found it to be compatible with the future land use map, the zoning map, the ordinance. They also noted that it satisfies the special use criteria outlined in section 920-5. And want to note on this one that, again, there are 2 public hearings required. In this instance, this would be the first round of public hearings. So the preliminary hearing on June 4th, no action will be requested of the Mayor and Commission. It will then go to the state for its 6-month review and will return for a final vote during the November-December cycle, which would be on December 3rd. That concludes the staff report.
All right, I appreciate that. Is there anyone here to speak to the Henderson Extension project? If so, now is that time. And again, just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to provide input.
Okay, my name is Kristen Carlin. I'm also a person in long-term recovery, but moreover, I'm a staff member at New Life House of Hope. I'm there to support these women in anything they need, and it's hard. It's hard for us out here, and it's not hard for us in certain neighborhoods. It's hard for us everywhere. I'm somebody that used in Athens-Clarke County. I'm somebody that got clean in Athens-Clarke County. If I want to find drugs in Athens-Clarke County, I can do it on any street corner and any street there is here. And I know that if you want to stay clean, you can stay clean, because I have 3.5 years clean today. And if it hadn't have been for a women's recovery residence to show me the things I needed to do to be who I am today, I couldn't have done it. So we need more people to support us and know that this can be done, and we can live our recovery out loud so others can see it be done. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, Ms. Garland. Is there anyone else here to speak to the Henderson Extension Project? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Sunshine McCoy. I'm a person living in long-term recovery. What that means for me, it's been 8 years since I found the need to use any illegal substances. I can also be a law-abiding citizen, a productive member of society. I can be a good daughter, godmother, spouse, and friend. This is all a direct result of having the opportunity to complete a program in Athens-Clarke County, such as New Life House of Hope. I was able to develop structure, a routine, and how to take care of myself mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I became independent. I was taught how to use life and coping skills. I was able to connect with like-minded people and build a network of healthy peers. As I grew in my recovery, I started making more connections, which led me to having a career in recovery. I hold a position at New Life House as a case manager and a facilitator. Today, my GDC numbers have been replaced with credentials. I'm a certified addiction recovery empowerment specialist that allows me to be a certified peer specialist in addictive diseases, along with certified peer specialist in mental health. With my lived experience in the judicial system, I now work as a forensic peer mentor. This allows me to work a reentry program with accountability courts, jails, prisons, diversion centers, and recovery residences. I'm trained and certified in several areas. I'm trauma-informed care ×2, moral recognition therapy. I have comprehensive trauma moral recognition therapy, dialectical behavior therapy, matrix, wellness recovery action plan, and a whole health action management program. These are all courses and classes, a reentry program to work with the peer to set up a plan to reenter society. That way they can be, get on their feet and have a plan, because I know for me that's where I fell through the cracks is I never had a plan, and I never knew anything different. But with that being said, I get to share my lived experience with these ladies and try to give them what was so freely given to me. Our ladies have a choice of diverse support groups as well as behavioral health options. We have one-on-one reviews and case plans for our reentry. My hopes for New Life House of Hope is that we give women in our community a chance to live and just not survive. Our chances of our unsheltered women and our recidivism rates dropping are greatly increased. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and I do want to touch on the fact of, it doesn't matter what corner you're on or where you're at. It doesn't matter what neighborhood. It doesn't matter what rank or class you are. Addiction is not prejudice at all. It will tear you up. I don't care where you're at, and that's just the fact. And the opposite of addiction is connection, and the more connections I believe that we have in our community, the better off we'll be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sunshine. Any other folks here to speak to Henderson Extension? Good evening.
Hello, my name is Christy Henson, and I am a graduate of New Life House of Hope. But I'm also an active member of the program. With the drug epidemic as bad as it is in Athens, I hope the community can come together for recovery. And when I say recovery, I mean just a safe environment where women learn how to become comfortable in their own skin. We aren't here to cause anyone harm. We're simply here to recover. The drug addiction is real. It's torn families apart, people have lost lives, and the sad part is it's growing every day. If not for recovering homes, where is the county going to be in a few years? New Life House is run with love, compassion, and the confidence to make a life for ourselves after addiction has ripped it apart. I came here in that shape, and in the last 21 months, I have overcome a lot of my past, but I still need the help of recovery to keep going. New Life House has given me those tools to succeed. I'm heartbroken for the people that are facing addiction alone. This country is riddled with addiction, and people on every corner are suffering daily. I would love to see this community come together as one to help fight this battle with addiction. It's not going away, and the need for more recovery homes is real and needed now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Anyone else here to speak to Henderson Extension? All right, we'll go ahead and move to commission discussion, and this is also in District 2, so we'll begin with Commissioner Link.
Yeah, this is also a piece of property, not, it's own multifamily, but it's own multifamily RM2, which means that it could accommodate 70 or so bedrooms if it were built out all the way. I know it has some topographical challenges that might pose that possibility, but it could certainly go up quite a bit higher. Bruce, could you tell me what the height limit is on RM2? What the height of buildings is?
40 feet?
40 feet, so about 4 stories. It could go up if it were to be built at the current zoning.
Possibly.
I did get a call from one nearby property owner about this before we were aware what was going here. They saw the sign for the rezone, and they were afraid that it was going to be very big, very dense student housing, and they were relieved to find out that it was a recovery home. You know, because it certainly is a design that will blend in with the neighborhood, and this person recognized the need and the fact that these are supervised residents, which you don't get when you get a house packed with student housing. So, you know, again, I recognize the need for this kind of housing, and I also recognize the inequities, and I would like to see our code opened up to have a more equitable consideration for where this kind of housing is placed. This is an ideal location in that it's just a couple blocks off Baxter Street, which has tons of opportunity for jobs, medical access, transportation, the libraries nearby, the grocery store is a short walk away. You know, it's an ideal location for any kind of living. And I feel like, you know, the impact of this kind of home on the neighborhood would be less than if it were to be built out as what would inevitably be student housing.
Anyone else here to speak to Henderson Extension from the commission? All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the Barnett Shoals project.
The request for 2990 Barnett Shoals Road is to an amendment of a PD. The PD that is in place there now dates back really into the 70s. It was an RS8 PD. The binding use that was proposed for the property was for a church. And the current proposal is to have 22 residential single-family lots on the 6-acre tract. The lots would range from 5,400 to 9,000 square feet in size. Most of the lots are in the 7,500 square foot range. Development alignment will be with Wakefield Trace and Sterling Drive. And there is a buffer that was part of the original PD that is being carried forward with this design. The applicant is not asking for any waivers of any kind. Here's an aerial view of the site, heavily wooded. And as you drive down Barnett Shoals Road, this is one of those areas that you almost don't pay much attention to. You go past it very quickly, but it's nestled in to the subdivision. So future land use view, single-family residential future land use designation is not being impacted by the request. This shows the RS8 zoning underlying. Here is the development proposal that would amend the PD. And the applicant has provided representative architecture that would go on those 22 lots. All of what has been proposed are single-story homes, not to exceed 1,800 square feet in size, and here are a couple representative floor plans. Planning Commission's recommendation was for approval with 2 conditions. The conditions included that 20,000 square foot conservation area that abuts Barnett Shoals Road and is at the rear of lots 1 through 8 would be labeled as an undisturbed buffer strip. Second condition is that the houses depicted will follow the scale of those submitted renderings and the floor plans with an elevation of a single-story building, so none of what's proposed would exceed a one-story structure, and that the area of the homes would not exceed 1,800 square feet. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it. Is anyone here from the public to speak to the Barnett Shoals project? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Frank Pittman. I'll try to be pretty quick. I am working for the developer who is purchasing the property. As Bruce mentioned, this is part of the Snapfinger PD. It's been modified a couple times over the years for a few different uses. The use that's approved on it now is for a church. What we're proposing is to add 22 new lots that are almost identical in size to the existing Snapfinger lots. The houses are almost identical in size to the existing houses as well. We did have a great meeting with the neighborhood and listened to their input. The things that they wanted to see were exactly that. They wanted to see houses and lots be close to what's there today so that it would fit in the neighborhood. And we have done that. We designed this so where there'd be no driveways off Snapfinger, there'd be no driveways off Barnett Shoals, they'd all be off internal streets. We are good with the conditions as proposed. Planning staff recommended approval, and as Bruce mentioned, the Planning Commission also recommended approval unanimously. And so we obviously be open to any questions for you guys and ask that y'all would approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Is there anyone else here to speak to the Barnett Shoals project? All right, seeing none, we'll begin commission discussion with Commissioner Davenport, in whose district this resides.
Yeah, for some reason, staff report put District 3. I know I'm not as attractive as Tiffany, but it's District 1. I spoke with Pittman and with the residents. It does, the aesthetics, the design, the nature of this 22-lot development complements the surrounding housing. It's been a vacant lot for 30 years. It was planned to be a church. A PD change is needed. I plan on approving this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further discussion on this? Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just want to say the same thing. The street next to this is my district and across Barnett Shoals, and I know the neighbors that are in my district said they really appreciated the outreach the developers did, and that they were welcomed this, the particular people that I talked with. So I think it'll blend in really well and will give us housing that we need.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further input? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to 247 Pulaski Street.
All right, the request for 247 Pulaski Street and other addresses listed there is for a special use permit to renovate and expand the existing fraternity use. That is a special use request in the commercial downtown district, which is what the property is zoned. This request includes a handful of modifications and work on the site. Replacing the secondary assembly structure is really the aspect of this project that allowed for and brings to bear some of the standards for the work on the existing property. They are all asking to modify and increase their parking area. They're modifying rear entries to the house, and there are some associated site changes with some ramps, walkways, and kitchen storage. There are 4 variances that are requested, and as presented, the planning staff report that was given to Planning Commission was not able to find support for those 4 variances, and we'll talk about those here in a little more detail. The variances that came from the applicant were to reduce the required landscape buffer between the right-of-way and a parking area in the CD zone, and we'll look at the site plan here in a minute, and that is along the Newton Street side of the project. Reduction in required setbacks of retaining walls from rights-of-way in a commercial downtown zone is a variance that's been requested, as well as a reduction in the required ground floor transparency, essentially windows and openings at the ground floor, and the allowance of an alternative treatment in a CD zone. And then the 4th variance is for reduction in requirement for sidewalks to be placed along the public street frontages in a CD zone. And this particular project has frontage on Pulaski, Newton, and Reese. Looking at the location from an aerial perspective, you can see this property. It's at the terminus of Washington, and does back into to the west, where we have had some recent development with some mixed-use multifamily construction. The proposal is impacting 4 separate properties, which are all outlined there in that view. Future land use keeps it in the commercial downtown, the downtown designation. And then we have, from the zoning perspective, the zoning itself is not changing, but the special use designation would be applied to the 4 subject parcels. Street view. This is from the Reese Street, and then corner Reese and Newton, and working around to the rear of the property where it interfaces with Newton Street. There are some existing improvements there that are adjacent to, or perhaps even slightly within the right-of-way, masonry wall, hedges, and some historic improvements for some steps for the property. And then some context. So the site plan that was proposed, you have the existing conditions on the left and the proposed conditions on the right. These would become binding as if the special use permit were to be approved as submitted. Also worth noting that this project is in the West End Historic District, local historic district, and has had certificate of appropriateness approval through the Historic Preservation Commission. They don't review for use, they review for design. And so that process has been completed. So the variance request, and this may be helpful in discussion later, so it's been color-coded. The landscape buffer shown in red, they're off of Newton. In yellow, you see also along Newton the reduction in the required setbacks for that retaining wall. It's an existing retaining wall. In green is the proposed new event facility, and that's where the applicant's requesting the ground floor transparency. And then in blue, along both Reese and Newton, you see the area where it's being requested to not have to construct the sidewalk that would otherwise be required. Elevation views of the property, elevation view of the proposed new event facility. These elevations would also become binding. Planning Commission recommended approval of the request with 3 conditions. The conditions included those listed above, that in the event that the zoning request is approved without granting of the variances, the plan shall be amended so that all applicable ordinances are complied with in the design. All other elements of the plan would be considered binding as submitted. Second condition, a combination plat or recombination plat to have all of the subject properties recombined into a single parcel shall be recorded at or before the time of permit review. And then the third condition is Planning Commission's consent to the third variance that was requested of the 4, that a variance shall be granted from section 910.6 D4B for ground floor transparency and alternative treatments. This would allow for the accessory event facility to not have to put windows or openings along what is essentially a foundation wall at the corner of Newton and Reese. And that concludes the staff report.
All right, thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else here from the public to speak to the Pulaski Street project? Again, just provide your name, place of residence, and then you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Matt Tanner. I live at 1220 Riverwalk Road in Bishop, Georgia. But I'm a civil engineer working on the project, and I was unable to attend the first meeting. To make sure I think I understand that it's stated that none of the variances were approved, but you are approved, or they recommended approval for the transparency of variance, correct?
In planning staff's report, the report that was written by staff didn't support the 4 variances,
Okay.
but the Planning Commission supported the third of the 4.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to the sidewalk issue for as you consider how to vote. The sidewalk, doing the engineering design for it, and with the beauty strip and the 5-foot sidewalk, it's basically requiring a retaining wall. It's removing the existing hedge, and it's causing us to have to, or causing the owner to have to remove probably 15 trees, including over a 30-inch oak tree. There's some large canopy that on the entire back side of the property that will be eliminated if we have to comply with building the sidewalk with the beauty strip and a wall. In addition to, it doesn't fit on the property, so they'd have to deed over some right-of-way to accommodate the sidewalk and beauty strip. I would like to be able to maybe further discuss if the sidewalk is required, can the beauty strip be reduced, or can we even do it into the public right-of-way where it's Reese Street is an existing one-way street that has a 20-foot width, and if there's so much grade change there, if this sidewalk could be accommodated in for one way, if we could reduce the width of the street and accommodate some of it in there so that we can save the trees. In some of these cases, like a 30-inch oak tree, the structural root plate of the tree is within 3 or 4 feet of the existing curb, and if we are, or 5 or 6 feet of the existing curb, but if we build the sidewalk, I mean, the tree's definitely coming down, and these are large, some of them are large canopy trees. So I just really want to make sure that, I don't know if everyone understood the impact of the beauty strip, the tree, the grades, of everything of putting the sidewalk all the way around, and so we were just hoping that that variance would be maybe reconsidered, or and I think that they agreed to the other two, understand that the other two that were denied, it was going to get them 2 parking spaces, and that there was no issue, but we were hoping to be able to consider other alternatives than complying with the code and having to remove all of those trees to accommodate the sidewalk. Being that our project is not changing the use, there's no new driveways, and the sidewalk is presumably most needed to get to the other commercial districts beyond this nonprofit piece of property. I just wanted to make those comments. And
thank you, Mr. Tanner. Appreciate that very much. Is there anyone else here to speak to 247 Pulaski Street? All right, we're going to go ahead and move to commission discussion, and this is in District 4, so I'll begin with Commissioner Wright.
Thank you for that. And this is a fairly complicated redo from an existing empty lot that's back there. And I would like to speak with the gentleman. If you'll call me, 706-549-3518, because I want to talk about some of those details and then work with staff too and get a better understanding about how we could gain that sidewalk there. It's a very narrow street on Newton. Reese is one way there. And I don't like taking out trees, and if there's right of way that we can use with them putting the sidewalk in, I think that would be a win-win, but I want to get more involved. And then Bruce, would you please send me that lovely colorful slide of the variance request plan with the different color-coded zones markings? I would really appreciate that. If you just want to email me your presentation or just that one, that'd be perfect. But I'm glad that this area is getting fixed up, and I do want to make it a win-win but I do need to do more studying on it. Thanks.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I appreciate the applicant explaining the issue with the need to remove large trees if the sidewalk were to be completed on both sides of the street. That's an issue that we do come up against frequently, especially in our older in-town neighborhoods. And I've had a neighborhood reject a sidewalk because of that issue. It would take out trees and run right through front yards. So this is why we really need to focus on traffic calming, because there are situations where we simply cannot accommodate the infrastructure for separate bike and pedestrian facilities. So, maybe we look at some additional traffic calming infrastructure on that street to assure that we can have a safe street for all, because we'd hate to lose those trees. They help a lot, with holding off climate change. They provide shade to the structures. They keep everybody's utility bills down. They provide habitat for all kinds of wildlife, including insects that are the base of our food pyramid. So yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Wright taking a closer look at this.
Any further feedback? I will say, as a very nearby resident and somebody who walks both of these streets, Reese and Newton, very frequently. I'd very much appreciate the presence of a sidewalk. We've just added something on the order of 600 residents to this block. And of course, there's a lot of traffic from this point to the university and to the commercial zone. But to the petitioner's point, if the sidewalk could be accommodated on the public right-of-way or without a verge or a buffer strip, I would be fine with that, just so long as there was safe access down these streets. All right, we are moving on to a project on Highway 29 North.
The requested 1508 US Highway 29 North is a rezone request. The rezone would be from commercial rural to commercial general. That type of request does require a change in our future land use designation from rural to general business. And the purpose is to expand an existing lumber yard. This is the Harbin Lumber operation, has been there for a very long time. That operation was built at a time when, prior to unification, different set of zoning standards that were Clarke County standards, and is considered legal but non-conforming, and as such it cannot be expanded without either a special use or a rezone. The applicant has opted for the rezone in an effort to set the stage for not just recognizing their existing use, but to put them in good shape for the future, and we'll talk about that in a minute. The lot coverage out there has been maxed out from what commercial rural would allow, so there's really no wiggle room left for them to build additional storage or turnaround area or laydown area for their inventory. Recommended is limiting other uses to only those that are permitted in both commercial rural and commercial general. And we'll talk about that also. So here's aerial view of the site on the eastern side of Highway 29. Worth noting that this is in a relatively rural character area, but existing sewer has been extended into this basin, and it is relatively close to the southern corner of the subject property. Not close enough to make an immediate connection, but close enough that there's a reasonable engineering solution for it to be extended to this site. Lack of sewer is typically the reason why properties were zoned commercial rural, so that's worth noting. Future land use shows it as that rural classification, and what they're requesting would be to go to general business. From a zoning standpoint, commercial rural to commercial general is being requested. Here's a site plan to show some of their expanded development opportunities that they're thinking about for the operation. This is just a concept. It's not something that would be binding, or they're not proposing it to be binding anyway. So Planning Commission had two things to look at. One was the future land use request, and the second was the rezone. In this instance, the Planning Commission found that the future land use request was reasonable and met the purposes of the comprehensive plan, and they recommended approval. Regarding the rezone, they also recommended approval, but with the condition that reads as follows. In addition to the current use of construction material sales, and until such time that sewer becomes available, additional uses shall be limited to only those uses that are permitted in both the commercial rural and commercial general zones. Uses allowed in those zones with any limitation shall have to meet the more restrictive of those limitations. So I don't want to overstate this, but it sounds like it's opening the door for a lot of uses. What we're trying to say here, it's actually kind of less. For them to do something other than construction material sales, the uses that they would be allowed to do, as this is requested, would be only those things that appear, bless you, in both commercial rural and commercial general. If they don't exist in both, if it's only in one or the other, it would not be an option by right for them to do it. We wanted to note the reasonable and likely extension of sewer by some development in the future. And anecdotally, this is also an area that is under close review with our future land use effort. And so that proximity to sewer is an area that I think we will be talking seriously about repositioning this land from a future land use standpoint, and also potentially from a zoning standpoint in the future. So Planning Commission recommendation is for approval of the future land use and approval with that loan condition on the rezone.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it. Is there anyone here to speak to this item on Highway 29? Good evening. Just let us know your name and your place of residence, and then you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ben Prue with SPG Planners and Engineers, representing the project and the owner of the business. This is a project that we heavily coordinated with ACC Planning to best address how to really allow a local business, a longtime local business, to expand. So we appreciate the coordination with them on kind of figuring out what the best condition would be to kind of satisfy any concerns. And I believe in that overall site enlargement, you can see just at that bottom corner is where commercial general actually kind of continues. So the change here is really the minimal ask to really address the challenge that the owner of the business has. So we're happy to address kind of any concerns or questions that may come up, and look forward to addressing any of those additional concerns that may come up in this meeting at the next June 5th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prue. Is there anyone else here to speak to the Highway 29 project? All right, seeing none, we'll move to commission discussion. And Commissioner Thornton, this is in District 9, so we'll begin with you.
Okay, thank you. I have, just on the basis of the presentation, I don't see where this is a problem. My question, though, is back to what I've been griping about. When sewer comes down in that area, and the owner wants to do something else other than what is approved with conditions, do they come back to the Planning Commission?
So,
or the
Commissioner,
Planning Department?
Broadly, if they were simply adding sewer, they would not. They would just apply for a sewer connection permit from Public Utilities and pay the standard fee for that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they were applying for a different use, then they would return.
Okay, so the usage, we're in agreement with that. It's just the sewer that they would just get a permit. Is that correct?
If a sewer main was extended up the road.
Yeah, and if I could, this is a little different. The way this condition is worded, the intention behind it is that if sewer is extended to this property, the underlying CG zone, if it's approved, they would have the full palette of CG uses that the zoning code would allow. They would not have to come back and ask for any special consideration from this body in order to get the opportunity to use all of the permitted uses in CG, but that's only once sewer is extended to the property.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you.
Any other input from the body? All right, we have 2 more site-specific zoning items and a quick text amendment. When we finish those, just heads up, we'll do a 10-minute break. All right, moving on to Atlanta Highway.
Okay, very good. 3029 Atlanta Highway is another special use request. The purpose of this request is for ground floor residential in the commercial general zone. As you know, residential is allowed in all of our commercial zones, but by right, it's only allowed on the 2nd floor and above. To arrange it any other way is a special use request. The applicant's also asking for 2 variances. 1, to waive the requirement of the construction of a public plaza that would be required for CG zone developments with a gross floor area in excess of 60,000 square feet. And the second variance that they're requesting is to waive the requirement for multifamily dwellings that generate more than 250 vehicle trips per day to have at least 2 driveway access points. And when we look at the area and get familiar with the site, you'll understand, I think, the thinking behind those 2 variances. This property is located on Atlanta Highway, just to the east of the Target Shopping Center. We do have a street view in a minute that'll help you understand the topography of the site. It is very steep, and there is really a singular point of access at what could be a controlled intersection. Site's currently wooded, and from a future land use standpoint, it is general business. The zoning request keeps it as CG, but allows for the special use to have the ground floor residential. The concept plan that was submitted with this, that is also would become binding upon approval, is a 4-5 split residential structure. You'll see it's pulled toward the northern property line, which is that frontage on Atlanta Highway. All the lines along that angled southern boundary are topo lines, and that depicts how much cut it will take to make this site work. So it's a difficult site. Here's a view that's probably a little more familiar. Representative architecture, this would become binding upon approval. Planning Commission recommendation is for approval, and they carried forward approval for the 2 variance requests that were submitted by the applicant that I read previously. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Bruce. Is there anyone else here to speak to the Atlanta Highway project? Now is that time.
Hi, my name is John Maddox, 796 Holmes Street, Atlanta, Georgia. I work with Blue Ridge Atlantic Development. We are the applicant and lead developer. We are working on this project in partnership with the Athens Housing Authority to bring 68 units of senior affordable housing to Athens. As mentioned, this site has incredibly difficult topography. We've designed this site to limit the amount that's going to impact the overall site. We've brought the buildings to the front. We've chosen a senior tenancy, because it's very much needed, but also to reduce the parking requirements and reduce excess grading and haul off due to the topography. We're requesting the waiver from the commercial because that would add further parking. Just the way that the site is oriented and designed, it's very difficult to find a viable commercial use, which further impacts the number of units and amount of affordable housing that we're able to provide on this site. We're very excited about this development. As we've heard several times tonight, affordable housing is very much needed in the area. If there's any questions, I will be here. Please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. Is there anyone else here to speak to this evening? All right, seeing none, we'll move to commission discussion. This is in District 7, which is Commissioner Culpepper's district. Of course, he's not with us. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's great that we are getting more senior housing into our community. We don't really build a whole lot of that right now, so thank you for the Housing Authority for partnering to make this happen. So hopefully my colleague will approve that, and hopefully if he does, I'll be more than happy to support it.
Thank you. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. So myself and Commissioner Thornton serve on the GIC committee, and there was a subcommittee that reviewed this, what's called like a GIC point application, and it's for people who are seeking federal funding for projects like this. They get kind of a boost in their application with the feds if we give them a point. And it was the first time in a long time we've had competitive applications, which is cool. But this is the one that got the highest grades from us, got the points. So I was expecting and excited to see this come before us. And actually, part of what stood out to me about the application, among many things, was that they'd already been engaging with our staff and with the planning department before they came to GIC. GIC is the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, for people who don't memorize every acronym. But in my little review and talking with the other people on the subcommittee, there were 2 things that stuck out to me, and I don't know if staff or the applicant can speak to this. It's a senior housing facility, and their application spoke to how to engage the community, but there was kind of this lingering question we had about how will they engage with current residents of Athens-Clarke County who are seniors, who are maybe aging out of the housing they're in, to try to get people who already live here into this housing. So I'd be curious if there's any information from the applicant or the Housing Authority on how they plan to engage with residents of this community who might benefit from this facility being built. And the other big thing from a planning standpoint, so this could be for staff or the applicant, is part of what stuck out to us is this is on a transit route, but there's no transit stop here. And especially if there's seniors there's no good way to get to any other transit stop safely, given the conditions of the road. So it would seem imperative to me that for this to really make sense as it's designed, that a transit stop be built. And I'm curious if there's a plan to build a transit stop alongside everything else that's being proposed here. So those are my two questions for whoever can answer them.
Commissioner Houle, would you like to hear from the applicant about both the sort of outreach opportunity for prospective tenants as well as the transit question?
I would, yeah, and then if staff has anything about transit, I'd love to hear that well.
And Mr. Maddox?
Yes, so when this project gets a little bit farther along, we will do heavy marketing efforts to, let seniors within Athens-Clarke County become aware of this development. We have already met with the Athens Housing Authority Resident Council, it's the ICC, the Inter-Community Council, to talk to them a little bit about this project, what to expect, and with the intent to meet with them at key milestones. Another benefit of partnering with Athens Housing Authority is the outreach to their residents and then also within the community. Regarding the transit, there is a bus stop just west of the site in front of the Target. We would certainly be willing to, we're going to have sidewalk in front of our site. If there's a way for us to relocate a transit stop, we're willing and would love that for our residents. That would be great. There's also one just on the other side of Atlanta Highway, but given how busy of a road that is, we'd much prefer to have one on our side. So we are open to that. I think at this stage when we haven't gotten that far, but yes, that's intent of our process.
Okay, thanks. And if I may just, Chair, if I can ask for a follow-up. When you speak to marketing to the population, I'm curious what those efforts might be to get to the folks who maybe are not already working with the Athens Housing Authority but are living here already. Do you have any details to add to that?
Specifically, we kind of do a targeted outreach. We're looking at, posting online, advertising, apartments.com, things along those lines. If you have any recommendations on areas within the city where the advertising dollars would be well spent or, where that outreach you think would be well received, please let us know, and we're happy to incorporate those efforts into our overall marketing plan.
Thanks. One thing I might note is there are seniors who get homestead exemptions, and I wonder if that might be a good way to try to get the word out to those folks, because I think, one of the things we hear from a lot is property values going up is tough for seniors to afford, especially if they live in the house that used to have more people in it. Now it's just one or two people, so maybe some of those folks who are getting those breaks could benefit from a place like this being built for them to move into that would be more affordable for them. And then, I don't know if staff has anything for the transit stop.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out, and this is to the applicant's credit, they didn't ask for a variance to the transit stop requirement that is in code already for developments of 60,000 square feet or more. That is a requirement, and we would deal with it administratively through our plans review process to coordinate transit service, whether it's a new stop, an expanded stop, a relocated stop. That'll be part of the administrative review of the development.
Okay, thanks. Because I think as code requires that the one that's at Target would satisfy code, but am I correct about that? No? Okay. That's good to know. Because from a satellite view, if you don't actually see the road, that might seem like a close enough spot, but it's definitely not for a senior facility, especially on that road. And of course, no one's going to walk across Atlanta Highway there. But thank you very much. I'm excited about this application.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. Commissioner Taylor.
How much are these units going to go for?
Let me look at these. So we are targeting seniors who are earning between 30% and 70% of the area median income. So these will be 1 and 2 bedroom units. On the low end for the 1 bedroom, that would be $385 a month up to $1,057. For the 2 bedrooms, that would be $456 up to $1,262. So this is a mixed income affordable housing development.
Those are some throwback numbers in this town. Commissioner Myers. Oh, Commissioner Thornton.
I think Commissioner Houle alluded to how do you market. Every time we do anything that is for the whole county, I always recommend that you touch bases with our neighborhood leaders. They're on the ground. They know seniors. They're taking food to them as their regular routine. And sometimes you do need those people that know. Change is always difficult, so having those personal contacts to help market and get the word out, I think is going to be, I'm not going to say more beneficial, but just as beneficial as your regular social media campaigns. Yeah, that was my thought.
Thank you. We appreciate the suggestion.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, this is me dreaming here, and I don't know how it plays in with the development itself, but that's only a quarter of a mile from the end of that sidewalk down to Target, and hopefully there'll be some seniors in there who probably want to get out and walk somewhere as well. I'd love us to be thinking of places like that where a sidewalk gap would be really helpful to those people to be able to get up to all those services up there in Target, food and sundry goods as well.
Thanks, Commissioner. Anything else? Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I just failed to mention, I really appreciate Commissioner Thornton's follow-up on outreach, but the Council on Aging also would be a great organization to partner with on this, I imagine. And I just also wanted to clarify from my perspective regarding transit, and I love Commissioner Myers' point about the sidewalk, sidewalk gap funding, maybe we'll get in the budget this year, good place to put it. If we're talking about relocating the transit stop, I would hope that we'd leave the one that's right in front of the shopping plaza that probably has a different clientele going to it there, and maybe just add one here rather than moving it, but my 2 cents on that.
Anything else? All right. Thank you all. I appreciate it. We're going to move on to Tremont Parkway.
All right. For 200 Tremont Parkway, this is actually a request to amend an RM2 PD by removing a large section of it from the PD. The request is to remove a 69-acre section from the plan, and that would revert the parcel back to its underlying zoning only of RM2. The applicant has submitted a non-binding concept plan that depicts a potential yield of multifamily development from the 69-acre tract. That in that concept plan, they're showing 395 units as being possible in that alignment. 2 connection points into the parcel are proposed, one at the Preserve Drive and the other at Hayward Allen Parkway, and there would be no connection to Tremont Parkway. A little bit of background on this development as we look at the aerial. Tremont Parkway, and actually this whole area, the original PD dates back to 1984. The history section in the staff report is super helpful, and I would turn your attention to it. But that original PD, only the first portion was built out, and that's the Tremont Parkway subdivision there that comes off of Atlanta Highway. You see it kind of in the image in the lower right. And the area that we're talking about is across a ravine, and it backs up to the 10 loop and also has frontage on the Middle Oconee River, and that connection to the as yet uncompleted but soon to be completed Preserve Drive. Future land use is mixed density residential, so it aligns with the future land use. And the request is to keep the underlying zoning and just remove the binding site plan of the PD. Important thing to note about the binding site plan of what's currently there, due to the topography of the site, it's really impractical and unlikely that you could ever build out what was shown in that original schematic on the PD. And to illustrate that point, the 69 acres there on the property, the RM2 zoning, if the PD was taken away, would allow them to have 828 units by right. The applicant intentionally prepared a conceptual plan to show you what they feel is the maximum they could get given the topography, which is that 395 units. So there's just a lot of up and down and wetland on the property. Here is that conceptual depiction of the development. And you can see the set aside for Tremont Parkway and the interconnection. Let's see if I can do this. No, it's not going to do it. That was intentionally left there for the subdivision to extend across that creek. That would not be realized as part of this development. So that single family area would not have a direct interconnection into this proposed multifamily development if approved. So Planning Commission's recommendation is approval with 2 conditions. First condition being that a public street shall be constructed according to Athens-Clarke County TPW design standards in effect at the time of construction to connect the preserve drive with Hayward Allen Parkway, essentially memorializing that interconnection from those 2 existing roadways. The street connection to Tremont Circle and Tremont Parkway, as shown on the approved plan, is no longer in effect. Condition number 2, the Greenway Network Plan shows a trail connection through this site, and this proposal or any future projects on this property shall work with Leisure Services to allow space and proper connection for the realization of that connection. And that would be something we would work through at the plans review stage administratively, if at all possible. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Bruce. Is anyone here to speak to Tremont Drive?
Good evening. Ben Prue again with SPG Planners and Engineers, and our address is 1725 Electric Avenue, Suite 320 in Watkinsville. Yeah, just wanted to point out just a couple of things. Working with the developer, we've really have tried to work with the site constraints. With just under 400 units, we're looking at hopefully adding roughly about 1,000 beds to this part of Athens. So hopefully helping address the housing need in the area. The applicant, does not have any concerns with the conditions, and we're excited to really ultimately, get beyond what has been several decades of a binding site plan that on a really tough parcel. So the ultimate goal is being able to get to a by right option that as they're going through the design and permitting process, if something comes up, changes need to be made. They're not bound by a binding site plan with a PD that, we have to go through this whole process again. So we're eager to be able to, see what this parcel can add to the housing market, and happy to answer any questions that may come up from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prue. Is there anyone else here to speak to Tremont Parkway? All right, seeing none, we'll move to commission discussion, and this in District 5, so we'll begin with Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sort of surprised that the developer didn't reach out to me and talk a little bit about some of the things that's going on over there. I noticed you all, under your plan, was looking at doing the streets, but I didn't see any sidewalks included in that, so I don't know whether or not that's part of the plan or not, but I think sidewalks need to be a part of that plan. Also, one of my biggest concerns is there's a grave site there, and I know from where that grave site is, looking at the plan, is a ways, but did you all do a study to find out whether there are any more graves buried on that site?
Yeah, just to address the first question, the plan that we provided is a very high-level conceptual plan. The requirements for the streetscape will be sidewalks on both sides. And so not only are we providing that important vehicular connection between both of those avenues and parkways, but there'll be pedestrian access along those as well. And ultimately also connecting to hopefully what would be that future greenway for the residents here and also the neighbors. The developer is aware of the graves that are there. I will look into and see if there's been any other efforts, but the site has been recently surveyed, and from what I'm aware of, all the graves that they are aware of have been marked. But we are happy to address any concerns that may come up there. Ultimately, because of the road network, that gravesite and that historic gravesite will have a little bit more of a public access to it. So we're looking forward to being able to help any historians be able to access that as well.
Yeah, because I noticed on the plan that Building B is a little close to where the grave site is located at. So again, what I don't want to happen is that you all start the process and then you uncover that maybe some other graves on that property. So I just want to make sure that that's been looked into, and I'd like to get an answer on that.
Yeah, and to your point, there is a lot of things going on the site, a lot of conditions that need to be worked around. And so the important reason for this rezone or this dissolving of the PD is to allow the developer to have that flexibility. Should things come up during this whole process, they'll be able to make those adjustments without having to come back through this public process and amend another PD. So hopefully that should address, if there is any more information that does come up, how they can best address, respecting that gravesite.
So do you think you can have an answer to me before we vote on this June 5th?
Yep, happy to look into that and get an answer to you about any potential for other grave sites nearby.
Okay. And what demographics are you going at for us? Who you expect to be staying in these units?
So it's not geared to be student housing. These are going to be, competitive market rate apartments. It's going to be a mix of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units.
Do you have a price point yet?
The rough figures that I had been given was, roughly 1,700 to maybe 2,000. But the key was that, they are going to be, the intent is that these are not luxury apartments, that they are competitive market rate.
Okay. The thruway with Hayward Allen, initially that was, I thought that was a privately owned road. Have you all got permission to do for us to get that connectivity from that unit to Hayward Allen Parkway?
So the developer has been coordinating. There's a small little parcel there. They've been coordinating with that owner as well to be able to make sure that connection works.
Okay. And again, I had not get any calls from the people from the preserve, but there's going to be a lot of traffic in the preserve in and out of there. So, and especially if they're going towards Mitchell Bridge Road, there's already a distance to get out, especially going to your left. So,
yeah. The traffic study that we received did not show any significant change in both the connections along Hayward Allen and through Preserve Drive.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
So it should be housing where it's needed and in a good spot for the traffic.
Actually, I like the housing. I like what you all are trying to do, but again, those my concern. I know you got clubhouse amenities here, multi-amenity building, outdoor amenity area, a pool deck, so I'm assuming there's gonna be a pool there. So I guess are you trying to look at young professionals, or, again, you said not student housing, but because close to the preserve, there is student housing up there. So, in that complex, so it could turn into student housing. Although I know you got some 1-bedroom, 2 and 3 bedrooms, and I get that, but it could potentially turn into student housing also.
Yeah, our understanding is with the quantity of units and the general location that, there would be some, but it is not solely specific for students, and that there would be hopefully a mix of residents in the development.
Okay, well, I like the project, but I'll wait till I make a decision whether I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prue. Bruce, just on the question of location of grave sites, it's my understanding there is some state law that sort of manages developers' responsibility around that. I don't know if you can speak to that.
Yeah, we've run into this situation with other developments. When we have reason to believe that there's a cemetery, and in this case it's more than reason to believe, we have confirmation that it's there, and the applicant has been very forthcoming about it. There are state resources that are brought to bear, and there is a process that is state required to identify the essentially the extent of the burials, to make sure that There's nothing associated with construction that would disturb those grave sites. And the penalties for having done so are rigorous. So it's time well spent. It would be a very big deal to have disturbed any interment on the property. So that'll be worked on administratively, but we will talk with the applicant and get you the information for the voting session. It may not be something as specific on the site plan, but it may identify the process that we're going to go through with reviewing the plans.
Thank you.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, has there been a LiDAR survey of the property that might help identify the grave sites and any other potential sensitive or historic structures?
Not that I'm aware of, but like I said, it has been recently surveyed, and so, but I'll take those questions and make sure that, any additional information, if there is any, that is explored.
I once saw a LiDAR image of the Beach Haven property, and it was really enlightening. You can see a lot that you don't see with the naked eye, so that might be very helpful.
Any other input on this one? All right, great location for some additional housing. Looking forward to more activity here. All right, we have, I believe, a text amendment remaining.
Okay, last item that came through Planning Commission. This was a text amendment that was initiated by our Economic Development Department. And the image on the screen depicts areas that are zoned commercial, both in the commercial general, commercial neighborhood, and commercial office zones. A little over a year ago, the Economic Development Department brought forward a text amendment to allow for science, research, and development uses to be developed by right in our commercial general zones. That commercial general zoning classification is along a lot of our corridors, major commercial corridors. The intent behind that was to offer an opportunity for some industrial development that is research-based to go into storefronts and to go into buildings that and give a second life or a third life for some of our big boxes and some of those other properties that are maybe struggling to find that next use. It's also a pocket of business attraction that economic development is actively trying to target and bring to town. And not just bring to town, but keep in town. We have a lot of these uses that are starting at UGA in their incubator, and rather than have them go elsewhere, keep them here. So to add to that strategy, economic development is proposing to also add that same use category to be allowed in our commercial neighborhood and commercial office zones. And they are proposing that with a limitation in each that's unique to each zone. So commercial office would allow for that research facility use with a maximum square footage of 36,000 square feet. And in commercial neighborhood, it would have a maximum square footage of 10,000 square feet. And it's kind of hard to see on the map, but the CO and the CN zones are lightly colored up there, and you'll notice they're on Gaines School Road, they're on Millage, they're on Prince, there's some on Lumpkin. These are smaller footprint, smaller square footage areas, and that seems to be the market that is most attractive for these types of uses. Is not a 30,000 square foot building necessarily right away. It's more along the lines of a 5,000 or 8,000 square foot building. But that is the proposal that is in your packet. The wording is on the last page for that text amendment, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Bruce. I appreciate it. Any questions from commissioners about this text amendment? Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. One of the things that from an economic development, we've been trying to find more what we call wet labs here in this community, and we don't have enough of. As a Bruce point, when we incubate those companies on UGA's campus, once they start outgrowing themselves, they tend to move out of the county. So it'd be ideal if we can keep those businesses here, but I think they're more like wet labs. I know I had looked at one particular project building on Newton Bridge Road, but it didn't work. But I appreciate what the economic development is trying to do with that, doing, with the research and development. And I think it's something that we really, especially as a commission, need to really take a look at that, see how we can grow that industry with a wet lab component.
Commissioner Houle.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, something stuck out to me about this that was just a little unique. I wonder if staff can clarify. Usually when we get text amendments, they're just from staff or the result of a mayor assignment, but I see that this says it's for Ilka McConnell, who works for our Economic Development Department, and Grant Whitworth, who's, private property owner and developer in town. So can anyone enlighten me on the role a private property owner played in bringing this text amendment forward and what we can expect will result from that?
Absolutely, happy to. The summary that you get on the top of these items, when it says for, that's who spoke in favor. So Mr. Whitworth did not write the proposal, he spoke in favor of the proposal.
I would have known that if I just looked at how it compared to the other reports, but thanks, that's helpful.
Sure.
Any other input on this item? All right, I appreciate planning, working with economic development to look to how we can best use some of these commercial properties, particularly those that may have gone dormant and may have another life. All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break. It is 9:06. We will be back in our seats and working at 9:16, everyone.
I haven't heard you scream lately, so it's long overdue. It's long. Oh, wait till we get to this.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Glad to have everyone with us. We're going to go ahead and move forward with old and new business items. And so we will have public input on those items, and then we will cover them individually, and of course have the opportunity to place any on the consent agenda that commissioners would like. And so now is the time when members of the public may speak to old and new business, and that includes the 3 items that were removed from the consent agenda. So if you would like to speak to items 3, 8, 11, or 20 through 43, now is that time if your hearing is still with you. All right, come on down.
Frank Pittman, I'd like to speak on item number 26 for the initiation of the abandonment process for Bedgood Road right-of-way. I don't think anybody from Public Works is here, so this is a little section of Bedgood Road right-of-way that a road has never been built on. It was there because there were 3 old single-family lots that were platted back into the property that were never built on. So it was to provide access to these lots. Well, these lots have now been encompassed into the property that surrounds it, that will be the new Hyundai dealership that you guys rezoned back last year. So the request from my client was made to Public Works to abandon this little sliver of right-of-way that is completely surrounded by my client's property. It's just a wooded area. There's no reason for it to be right-of-way. I just want to make sure that you guys understood what this was for and why it was there. There's no road there.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Anyone else here to speak to old or new business? Good evening.
Yes, good evening. My name is David Bradley. I live at 316 Ashbrook Lane. I'm here to talk about item number 30. So as of April 1st, 2024, according to Lightcast, a global leader in labor analytics, noted that we have 12,167 open and unfilled jobs in Athens and Clarke County right now. Our task through our workforce development plan is, it's critically important that we find people and develop people to work right now. But we also certainly have to work on building a valued and valuable workforce down the road. So the workforce development strategic plan that we presented will help fund both the short term as well as the mid and long term. But I want to take this time, if possible, to talk about how we engage those 12,167 jobs that are open right now. So why are people not working? Why are those jobs available? I think we have a lack of communication about those jobs. Our plan includes a job portal that will showcase those jobs, and we use community resources like the faith-based community and neighborhood leaders to build a communication bridge to all facets of our community. I think people don't have any hope when they apply. Applying for jobs is hard. So we offer that hope through a personal navigator, an advocate for every single person that gets on that portal. So when I apply at Caterpillar, my navigator will be able to communicate with me where my application is throughout that process. My navigator will, depending on the skill sets I have, aid me in finding other opportunities. My navigator will guide me to training opportunities that will build skill sets and employability. So we're going to pattern this portal after what we've seen in Tuscaloosa. 2 months ago, Mercedes-Benz in Tuscaloosa had a unique opportunity. They had 10 jobs available. They put this on their portal. They had 500 people that applied. Mercedes-Benz got a win because they got 10 of the best people. There were 490 people that were now in the portal that had a navigator. And of those 490 people, 210 got employed. So this is really a great opportunity. So when people generally think about workforce development, they think about educating children, and we have to do that. But I would suggest to you that filling 12,167 jobs that are open right now is just as important. So we have a rare opportunity to change lives, to change generational lives, through getting people employed in high-wage, high-benefit jobs. So we just appreciate your consideration in funding our workforce development strategic plan that you helped us get going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Good evening.
Good evening, John Brantley, 105 Millage Circle, Apartment 3. I have, over the past 2 months, had the privilege of helping the Athens Area Chamber of Commerce bring the Athens Achieves Workforce Initiative from a collection of notes from listening sessions to a strategic plan that was presented to you last week. In my 37 years of working with businesses, nonprofits, and local governments, I simply want to identify for you that this is the most collaborative process that I've been a part of, bringing together businesses, both large and small, local government experts, the education community, many nonprofits and individuals, to do something that will benefit the community of Athens in a very significant way. The initial phase of the process involved listening sessions with over 500 people in the audience and getting feedback from them from all parts of our community about how to build and develop the workforce we need that's going to help us attract the type of businesses that we want in our community that bring not only good paying jobs and good benefits, but are good contributing citizens as a corporation into our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brantley. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Emily Alger. I am president of the Professional Firefighters of ACC, Local 2795. I'm here to speak on item 25, and I'm here also to express my heartfelt gratitude for the journey we have taken together in this historic event of adopting Title 25 and now constructing our first collective bargaining agreement. So thank you, Commission, for voting yes. This experience has been truly remarkable and proceeded smoothly. I believe we have established a solid foundation for a continued positive relationship that will benefit the citizens and visitors of Athens-Clarke County. A special thanks to Laura Welch, Laura Pollock, Chief Moss, Chief Kelly, Bill Mosley, IFF Rep Tori Fatjo, and Manager Blaine Williams. We appreciate your consideration of putting our first ever CBA on the June 5th agenda. Our members look forward to attending to express support and gratitude. I look forward to many more years of collaboration and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aldrup. Is there anyone else here to speak to any item of old or new business tonight?
Good evening, Daniel Epting, 738 Boulevard. Item number 30 with the Chamber. I am thrilled to put out my support for this initiative. I've joined the Chamber for multiple generations, our family, but I've personally been involved with David and the relationships that he has helped to foster with businesses, large and small, with Tuscaloosa, with Robbie Hooker, and our school system, I think, is a wise investment for us to make to continue to support his initiatives, his partnerships, and his long vision. When he talks about the near and far, I'm raising fifth generation Athenians. So as many of y'all know, I'm very proud of this community. And so I think that we can continue to invest in the partnerships and the relationships that he can help foster to really develop a workforce. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Epting. Is there anyone else here tonight to speak to old or new business? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and begin with those items that were removed from the consent agenda. And we'll begin with item 2, the Emergency Disaster Management Services Contract. And Commissioner Houle, you asked for some discussion of this.
Yeah, I just had, sorry, I'm trying to scroll up on my note full of vigorous documents. Just one question, which was, so if we have a major event that isn't a declared emergency, like we've seen a lot of around the community with these weather events, these downbursts and things that take out a bunch of trees, can this contract be used to work with these folks to clear up the debris from those as well? Or is this only usable for like a FEMA situation?
So yes and yes. Contractors are available, but you are correct.
We don't have the funding to pay them unless there's an emergency declaration.
Okay, so we could, with this in place, these are people we could call upon, but then we would need funding to pay them separate because there's no FEMA funding if it's not a FEMA emergency?
Unless there's an emergency declaration, that's correct.
Okay. Is the hazard mitigation plan that's been in the works forever, like, going to bring forward any kind of recommendation around funding to have on hand for something like that? I mean, we've had a lot of these weather events, right, in recent years, so I'm guessing we're going to need the help, probably.
I don't know that specifically, but I could certainly ask, and I did talk to Chief Moss about the hazard mitigation plan the other day. He assured me that it's coming to a conclusion very soon.
Okay. I'm happy to put this back on consent, but I would like to understand what we could do to, make sure that we're prepared next time for a non-FEMA level emergency that still for many people in our community is an emergency. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other questions? Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, just to follow up, and I'm assuming we've been working on our emergency plan, or we already got an emergency plan in place. I'm not sure what the protocol is for commissioners to look at that, but if we do have one in place, I would really like to see it and see what we do in time of disaster and when things happen. So I would just like to see that if all possible. Thank you.
And we can get that to commissioners. Other input on this item? And everybody's okay with this on consent, just knowing that you're going to get some feedback from staff? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to item number 8. Number 8 is the D-Splosh project on Riverbend. And Commissioner Myers, you asked for this to be removed.
I just, actually, I need to review this more carefully. This is now in my district. It wasn't the last time we voted on this. And so I'm going to review it more carefully between now and the voting meeting. I'm okay with putting it back on consent with the, caveat that I may have some concerns and want to take it off consent when we get to the voting meeting.
All right, any other questions about this? All right, that'll stay on consent, but just note that given that this is newly in Commissioner Myers' district, there may be some details and may be helpful to engage with Transportation Public Works because they may have some component information. All right, we've got item number 11. This is the Transit Substance Abuse Policy update, and Commissioner Link, you had some questions about this.
Yeah, my questions mainly center around how it applies to marijuana, which is legal in many states in the nation, and I'm just curious as to how that test, if the testing is of a caliber that detects it, how long the use period is. And also there's also the possibility of people unknowingly consuming it via edibles, especially if they're, on vacation in a state where it might be legal. I'm just, is there any provision in here or any details about how long from the time of use it detects or how long, do you have any info on that at all?
We can certainly take a look at that specifically for marijuana. We did talk through, whether we'd be collecting saliva as a sample and that we would not. But as far as I know, marijuana is still a Schedule 6, Schedule 1.
Yeah,
Schedule 1 for the moment, but there's administrative opportunity to move that. And my understanding, Assistant Manager Jones, is that this is largely in keeping with our requirements around receiving federal funds.
That's correct. And
so this is a requirement?
And they do have a zero tolerance policy, the FTA.
I mean, I'm just concerned about, someone who may have consumed it on vacation unknowingly weeks ago and is certainly not under the influence and not a regular user getting caught up in this policy. But, I mean, if it's a federal requirement, I'm happy to see it go back on consent because we have no way around it.
Well, to be clear also, we have a policy as well.
Yeah. I mean, as the federal guidelines on that change, I would love to see us revisit that policy.
All right, Commissioner Houle?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to leave this off consent for now. I had sent a question to staff, and I kind of want to see what the response is to that before I say whether I definitely want to vote for it or not. It's along the lines of what Commissioner Link is speaking to, but I cited a study in there. There's plenty of them out there that the type of test that's administered here is like an oral specimen test, and someone who's consumed a substance, including marijuana, weeks ago, who can test positive with this kind of test. So you don't have to be using the substance while on the job to still fail the test. And that begs the question in my mind, is there some kind of test that would be better? I'm not aware of one, so I'm not expected to learn anything. And we are kind of pigeonholed by federal funding requirements that become increasingly ironic as the feds try to reclassify marijuana specifically. But anyway, without belaboring it now, I'd like to keep it off consent.
Commissioner Houle, we can get that information for you. But also, just to go back to what I said earlier, ACC Gov would not be exploring saliva testing.
Oh, okay. I thought I read in here that it was an orally administered test. Is that okay?
We'll get you a follow-up, and you can read the response, but that's the general summary.
All right. All right, we're going to move on to item 20, and this was held. This is the ordinance regarding invasive plant species. Commissioner Myers, I don't know if you want to speak to this as committee chair.
Let me go there. If I remember this correctly, we, at the last meeting, held this for another month because of some questions about enforcement. We did receive a email on, what day was that? Back there on May 10th, that covered the concerns that were brought up and that we addressed. I think Commissioner Hamby, it was some people over in your district as well. And I'm wondering if the answers that we got there were good enough that we could move this to the consent agenda.
I'd like to leave it off consent just to talk more with some of the constituents and with their attorney about it.
Great.
Any further input on the invasive species ordinance? All right, 21 is the criteria for site selection for Fire Station number 5's movement. Anyone like to speak to this item? Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, so I sent out an email to staff. Excuse me, I sent out an email to staff, and I still haven't got a response. So I'd like to leave off consent.
Any other input on this? All right, moving to new business. Item 22 is the Corrections Healthcare Service Contract. Questions about this item? Commissioner Houle?
Thanks. I had thrown these at staff. I don't know if they have them yet, the answers to this, but reading through this, facts and issue 7 was at first it's confusing for me to make sense of when it talks about how the 124,000 will bring projected savings of up to 1.5 million approximately. I'm guessing that they're saying that I'm confused by the revenue bringing the savings. Is this like once this program is in place, then those savings will come? Is that what am I interpreting that correctly?
We can get that answer for it.
Okay. So yeah, part of me was just confused by the wording, but if I'm inferring from it what I think is intended, then it begs the separate but related question to me of whether the budget as presented by the mayor funds this in FY25, or if we would need to include that in our final form of the budget that we approve in order to satisfy the approval of this at the same time. So I guess that answer is also pending, maybe, depending on how this is structured.
We can get that information.
Okay, thanks. So leave it off consent, please, as a result.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Does it need to be, is it included in your budget, Mayor? Does it need to be added?
That's the information that I don't have, but that I need from staff is whether we need an amended FY25 budget to kind of fall in line with what the expectation is here.
Okay,
so we'll find that. All right, moving on to
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
It is included in your budget.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so can I ask then where? Because when I was reading through it, I saw funding, but not that matches the amounts that are laid out in this agenda item.
There is so the capacity agreement that's in front of us tonight as well, that's going to speak to these the dollars per day per offender. So the amount of money is $22 per day per offender that's in the budget right now. But what's not reflected, I believe, is $24 per day per offender. And that's an increase for us on the GDC side. So if anything, it's probably in the good for us. But I will clarify that, and I'll put that response in writing to y'all, and you'll understand what's in the budget specifically.
Okay. Yeah, because the $2 a day increase, you multiply that by full capacity of 170 residents in 365 days, that's where you get the 124,000. But that's still half of what this says the budget expenses, which is 235,000. So I also don't understand how the $2 a day increase covers the full cost of this contract. So anyway, and then that's if we're full, but it says 167 is our average residency, which means it would be a little bit below the 124. But anyway.
All right, we'll get some information about that. All right, item 23, you've got a physical copy of the agenda packet in front of you. This is the mental health patient transportation for the sheriff's office. And this is the contract cost increase. Any questions about this?
We'll just leave it off since we just got it.
I think that's
Please.
appropriate. All right, moving on to 24. 24 is SPLOST 2020.
Nope, the UGA Memorandum of Understanding.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I had the wrong one in front of me. This is the FY 2025 UGA ACC Transportation Agreement.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that we've gotten this nailed down, and if it's okay with everybody, it'd be great to be on consent.
All right, any other input on this one? Everybody okay with consent? All right, 24 is moving to consent. All right, 25 is the ACC Fire Department Collective Bargaining Agreement. Commissioner Link?
I believe we have an obligation to pass this. I'd like to put it on consent.
Further input from the group? Everybody okay with this on consent?
Yes, sir.
All right, this will move to consent. Make that note. All right. 26 is abandonment of this small portion of Bedgood Road. Any questions about this item?
Consent.
Everybody okay with 26 on consent? Commissioner Houle?
I'd actually like for it to not be on consent, and among the things that puzzled me when I was looking through the attachments here, and I don't know if the applicant or staff can speak to this, but you know, the applicant for that project, Mr. Pittman, spoke on their behalf. He said that those lots never had houses on them, but one of the attachments shows houses on them at one point, and reviewing the records on Q Public, it looks like there were houses that all at once got foreclosed upon. So I'd like to understand better the history of these properties, and then I'd also like to better understand the future of these properties. If there's not a public road there and some house did appear there in the future, how is that person guaranteed to have a quality road to drive out upon? So anyway, I'd like to leave it off. Thanks.
All right, so yeah, if the combination of potentially planning staff, Mr. Pittman can just let it, well, and not tonight, but just let us know via email kind of about the history and future plans for that segment. And the clerk is noting that this will have a public hearing since there's a road closure associated with it. Any further questions about that? All right, item 27 is the agreement between the Georgia Department of Corrections and the Unified Governments Corrections Unit.
Consent.
Questions about this item?
Consent.
Everybody okay with consent on this?
Yep.
All right, 27 is consent. All right, 28 is the revised EMS memorandum of understanding with Piedmont Athens Regional Medical Center. And you recall that even though we're in a single district with Clarke and Oconee County, we have the agreement with Piedmont Regional, and Oconee County has the agreement with St. Mary's. Questions about this item? Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I'm looking more closely at the criteria back at the end of this and the attachment, and then going to be reviewing that and perhaps putting together a commission-defined option that would add a criteria or two in that.
And Commissioner, just as soon as you have some language around that, if you'd send that to the body, that'd be helpful.
I will.
Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, one of the things we had talked about in the past, again, I'm not sure whether or not we could that be part of the MOU, was whether or not they would accept Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance.
In-network, right? The in-network versus.
Yes, okay, yeah, in-network. Did we ever, as part of this MOU, did we ever find out about that, or was there any conversation with them about that, about being in-network?
We certainly can get some more information from staff, but remember, our agreement is solely with the hospital, not with the provider. And so kind of our ability as a third party to dictate some of those terms is just limited by the nature of the relationship. I don't know if Assistant Manager Jones, you had anything further to offer.
You're absolutely correct, sir. And our agreement really is based around performance measurements and reporting as well.
Okay, well, I was just curious, Mayor, because, you know, a lot of people around here got Blue Cross Blue Shield, and, you know, they're saying they don't accept that. So I didn't know whether or not that would be a deal breaker for whether or not they even do the MOU. But again, I understand what you're saying, so.
Commissioner Houle?
Thank you. Yeah, and I share that concern. And just to throw in the mix, you know, I see on the performance measures, they call them key performance indicators, KPIs, everybody's favorite acronym, that we're likely to get data finally about like number of vehicles in the field and response times and things, which is great. But it also doesn't mention paramedics anywhere, and it only mentions ALS and BLS, which I think refers to advanced life support and basic life support. We've heard plenty from advocates about this, but other communities do have paramedics on their ambulances. I'm curious why this contract wouldn't stipulate that. I mean, so much so that it doesn't even note any number of them being required at all. So that's one point of concern I have. I'm very encouraged that we're replacing the oversight committee model, which clearly hasn't functioned. I've been appointed to that my entire tenure on this commission, and we've never met, with reporting to this body directly, quarterly reports in writing and semi-annual public meetings about it. But given how things have gone with the Oversight Committee, I'd also like to understand what method of accountability there is to ensure that those actually happen, which the converse of that is what are the consequences, I guess, if you will, of those specific terms not being met. Because I think it's one thing it's a step in the right direction to have clearer requirements in writing, but if those requirements aren't met, I'd like to understand and ideally have in writing what the results of that would be. Otherwise, it might end up being good words on paper without the result we're looking for.
Commissioner Houle, is the question, what happens if one party doesn't meet expectations?
Correct. Okay. Which is, I think, a bit more self-evident. So this references a couple of agreements that aren't actually included in the agenda item, and I had asked staff for those too. I'm curious what the outsourcing agreement and the service level agreement say. But my guess is that the key performance indicators and adherence to those in the contract, there is something in those agreements that would stipulate if they didn't meet whatever minimum thresholds for those, then they'd be subject to termination or alteration. But what's not clear to me, because those are separate agreements that don't require this body, they're just referenced, is what would happen if the reporting to us and meeting with us requirement isn't met.
Ultimately, Piedmont Athens would no longer be eligible for the $100,000 subsidy.
Okay.
Commissioner Myers?
And does that need to be spelled out in writing anywhere as a consequence in order for that to be clear?
Attorney Drake,
We can look at that, see if that's what we need to do, and I'll send out an email.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Myers?
Yes, I think it's very handy to look back to that memo we received from Attorney Drake on March 27th that covers a couple of the questions that have come up. And one of the things with that, the indicators mentioned advanced ALS, advanced life support, which really refers to the type of ambulance as well as the basic life support ambulance. And somewhere else in this document, if I'm remembering correctly, it does mention that the advanced life support ones would have paramedics based on the 2013 document, which I think is in Attorney Drake's email back from early March. But I would like to specifically write that out again and make sure that's repeated in the document this time. I also sent Manager Williams probably, I don't know if it was a text or email earlier today, asking what the state of the 911 police dispatchers and the need to have a fully staffed emergency transporter office, whatever we call that center there, and then that would enable us to actually continue to have that one call, like you call in and you could stay on with the emergency response medical person from the time you called all the way, or operator, all the way to when it got to the hospital. And that would actually give the kind of transparency, and that is in the old, I think, option 4 of something of our advocates memo to us a long time ago. But really what we really need to know right now is how fully staffed our 911 center is. Because this is one thing that we have, but we'll actually have a lot more transparency if we have that fully staffed 911 center functioning like we had discussed several years ago at this point.
Any further input? All right, we're going to move on to item 29. This is the government operations report on the business inclusion policy. I don't know if there's any update that you want to provide, Commissioner Davenport, or we'll just wait for the final report.
Wait for the final report, but it's not in our packet.
It's title only.
Okay, so, yeah.
Okay, all right, we will be looking forward to that. All right, item 30 is authorization of funding toward implementation of the ARPA Workforce Development Strategic Plan. And we, of course, had a work session that summarized this, and you've got the more detailed agenda report now in front of you in print, and so that'll be online soon. Commissioner Fisher?
Thank you, Mayor. And just want to say that I want to support this plan wholeheartedly. I think it's it's part of our strategic plan. The money's there in our ARPA funding. I think, and I mentioned this during the work session, I can truly believe this will be a game changer for our community. You know, we talk a lot about poverty in this community, but the best way to get out of poverty is first of all, get the training and find good paying jobs. And I think this is a start. I think it's vital that, you know, we involve our whole community in this. And again, I just think it's the right thing for us to do as a commission. Again, some of you all went to Tuscaloosa and saw what they were doing down in Alabama, and Alabama is not a better state than Georgia. I love the state, and I just think that we're on the right path to do the right thing by our community, and I would just challenge my colleagues to really support this, because I think this can be a road to really opening things up for our community and giving people an opportunity. Especially what I'm really thrilled about is second chances. A lot of times people get out of prison, they don't have an opportunity to get employment. And I think this would be a perfect opportunity for those individuals to find somewhere to go, to get employed, to get trained, and really create a path of not only being good citizens, but also helping to support their families. So I'm going to support this fully, and I hope the rest of my commissioners will come along and support it also. Thank you.
Further input, Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm also excited about this. I think it addresses the high income, high wage subcommittee work that we're doing on that task force. And so a lot of the goals of that task force that we're doing with ACC and the ARPA task force, that is, are included in here and addressed in here. I would ask that some of the detailed information that was in the work session report about the breakdown of the 1.9 million be included in the agenda report. I was looking for what we received today, and I was like, oh, you know, how's that being spent, you know? And then I pulled up the work session agenda, and it has the breakdown in there. So I'd like that to be included. But I am also curious and about some of the what some of this includes. We were mentioning the navigators, and even looking at this, it wasn't clear to me like how many navigators there were. So if we could get some just more detailed so that we can answer questions. And then when it comes to the education and training, some of the programs, you know, there's 300,000 for the Boys and Girls Club and 100,000 for the Athens Community Career Academy. And then, you know, some for the early education. I guess there's about 8 organizations here. If there's any kind of description of what's those programs are going to be, and perhaps this was covered in the work session. That was a long day. But why those programs? So we have for early education, the Clarke County Mentor Program and Books for Keep. And what was the rationale for putting those 2 in there versus other early education literacy programs? So sort of a little bit more description in here so I can explain this better to myself and to constituents in the community would be appreciated.
All right, we'll go ahead and get that information from the partners. I've got Commissioner Thornton, then Commissioner Houle.
I guess because I have not been in these smaller meetings that I'm not as excited as my colleagues. I counted 6 workforce development programs already that exist. And it's Paxton, which has lost funding. They'll be closing at the end of June. They've been doing GED programs and then moving folk into welding. I've asked for them to send their data. The Classic City, they have 3 workforce programs, Bread for Life, Hospitality Academy, and they also do work with the Career Academy. Innovative Healthcare, they train LPNs and CNAs for jobs and get them placed. The Boys and Girls Club, the program there that they have at the mall is work development. Athens Land Trust, they do the Young Urban Builders, and then our own cadet police program that we would hope would steer some of our youth into public safety. I wonder again that we always talk about how hard childcare is and the cost of childcare, and no one yet has told me or explained to me why we haven't did anything with the former child care center on Bray Street. Let's do something with what we have. And I also I went to Tuscaloosa. I found it very enlightening, very, I liked it. I really did. But I didn't see the folk that looked like me that they were reaching. It's just a fact. I think that the one thing I did like about Tuscaloosa is the relationship that the chamber had with the industries and businesses, that kids go through this program, and they're celebrated just like they got drafted to the NFL. That's totally, everything I've read here. Oh, and the other thing I'm bothered by, I have a huge concern about the consultant on this. Huge concern. We do not have a program to even, when Clarke County School District does their job and educates our young people to go off to college, we don't have a program that they can come back to home and find a job. We got so many qualified young people who are either not coming back or dummying down on jobs because they do not get hired when they come back home. What else did I say? I think that I looked through the recommendations that was submitted. Some of the things that were mentioned, as goals, like number 3, explore opportunities to align many nonprofits and organizations. That was supposed to be something Envision was already doing. And then it says a strong CCSD essential to the success of the workforce development. Where's the data that should go along with? I thought that's what Clarke County School District was already doing. When I looked at goal under communication, under goal 2, and they talk about the hospitality, community, and culinary arts, Classic Center is doing that. So who is pulling all of this together that is already for Paxton to lose its funding for the work they've done for the last few years. They have taken folk that are second chancers, they've taken dropouts, and this is what they get, is that they got to shut their doors. They put folk into jobs after they finish the GED program, which incidentally, when Mr. Ford went to talk to folk at Athens-Clarke, they said they weren't doing GED. That's what they told Mr. Ford. So, or they didn't want to do GED there. But yet and still, they're doing GED here. So, again, I got a lot of, and I just think we're mixed, and then I look through here and I see words more than one time that says advocate. Advocate for increased flexibility. Advocate. What does advocate mean at the end of the day? I should count all the advocates, okay? Because that is not anything substantial to me. Now, if we can work this out, I don't think, after hearing my colleagues, I probably don't have the votes, but at least I'm on record of my concerns. And we are putting money out there with no real accountability when you tell me about advocate, advocate, advocate. We all should be advocating. And I don't get paid for it either like that. So I just think there's a lot more that, honest to goodness, I really did expect something different. I really did. And when we have organizations that this is what they do, is workforce development, and then we go and create something else. Again, I'm very bothered about the consultant. I don't think, I think Commissioner Myers asked about the breakdown financially. I would like to see that. And I don't know why, well, that's where I am right now. So no, I don't want to see this on consent at this point. And I am going to be meeting with David Bradley, hopefully tomorrow, so we can talk about this.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. So one thing it's going to take me a little bit of time to make sense of is I'm looking at what we've gotten on paper here, and I'm looking at the plan that was presented to us at the work session, and they seem significantly different, like it's the same content, but significantly rearranged. And so I'm wondering if therefore there's changes to the content as well. So it's going to take some time to like cross-reference, so like even the names of the 5 primary goals seems to have changed. But again, I'm not assuming that there's like a difference of content. It's just the way it's presented is definitely different than the work session slideshow. And then the other thing I guess I'd like to note, and this is piggybacking on what came at the work session, but what on paper is goal 2 of the communication strategic goal, but on the slideshow was goal 1 of the education and training support one. But it lists the 5 sectors that our economic development department emphasizes as like types of businesses that we're trying to recruit. And I just want us to be careful to not conflate that goal with the type of workforce that we need to recruit or train. For example, I'm not sure we need to do a whole lot of training brewers, or at least I'm not sure that that's a priority when we're thinking about the great need for childcare and social workers and healthcare workers generally, and also CDLs is something that we've talked about a lot. So I'd be interested in us getting either feedback from the chamber or whoever wants to share it, or it could turn into a commission-defined option, but specifying some of those sectors that we know when we think about that large figure of unfilled positions that Mr. Bradley spoke to earlier in his remarks, that we're recognizing that a lot of those positions are not the same as the industries that we're trying to recruit. They're positions that are already here, including within our own government, that we're struggling to fill. And so if we're investing lots of money into programs to train or recruit workforce, I would hope that we would be trying to fill the gaps that already exist, in addition to building up a workforce that would make us attractive to new employers. Because those jobs that are currently unfilled, the need for them is not going away. The need for us to have social workers in the hospitals and in the jail and with the co-responder teams and stuff is not going away. And the need for CDLs, despite advancements in robot cars or whatever, is not going away, so we need people to do those jobs. And I'll just also reiterate that while I generally am favorable to this, again, needing to cross-reference the details of it, but I went to Tuscaloosa as well. I really enjoyed that. I learned a lot. A lot of what I'm hearing about this I think is really promising, but this isn't the only thing, the only ball we've got rolling under the ARPA workforce umbrella. And I just want to urge that maybe we hold off on approving this until we've gotten that other proposal as well, so we can make sure that we're not getting 2 proposals that are seeking more funding than is available, and we've already funded one before the other, if that makes sense. So that's all I got for now.
Thanks, Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, and I appreciate my colleagues and their response. And I address you, Mayor, but the other workforce task force just got started. Maybe, I'm not sure how many meetings they have, maybe 3 at the most, I'm not sure. The chamber task force has been going on for 2 years. We can't wait for the other task force to figure out what they're gonna roll out. That could be a year from now. We don't have the chance to wait. I don't think we understand what we're trying to do here. We always talk about poverty, but then when we start getting programs that's gonna be meaningful, this is a project-ready proposal ready to go. And we're baffling or haggling over, we got this going on, we got this. Yes, we got a lot going on. Same thing with our nonprofit. We got 100 nonprofits that's doing some of the same thing, but we support them. What I'm trying to get us to understand is these are real job possibilities. These are real training possibilities. This is an opportunity for Athens to move forward. And sometimes we got to think forward in order for us to get things accomplished. So And when I hear stuff like, we got 6 or 7 programs going on that deal with workforce, to me, that's great. Because we're trying to touch every segment of this community. So those things are important. So yes, maybe we need to work out some of the details and some of the other things, but again, project ready, something been going on for 2 years. And I guess I think about what we did today with the housing thing. We had some stuff going on in housing. We had no idea what was going on. Now, at the chamber and people in this community working on a project for 2 years, how we can move workforce and get into our community. And, we see how we baffled by that. So if we're trying to make any type of impact, and to me, jobs is how you make impact in your community, give people some what we call some dignity and opportunity to earn a decent living, then we're missing the boat. So I get what you're all trying to say. We just spent a lot of money within the offer, $57 million, close to it. Some of it's gone for good, some of it we hadn't done so good. But I see this as an opportunity for us to transform this community. So again, I'm gonna support it. I understand workforce, been in the business, for 35 years, employing people, how to promote people up and how to help them get to where they need to get. So for me, it's important that we try to move forward. I understand about the second task force, but again, I'm not sure when they're gonna come up with a proposal. If it's gonna be a year away, we can't wait another year to see whether or not what they're gonna come up with from that standpoint. So I'm done, Mayor. I won't say any more. Thank you.
Got Commissioner Taylor.
I also went to Tuscaloosa, and one of the most, I think, effective parts for me was the Pfizer component, because at Pfizer they had second chance employment, and they actually lived there, and it was in phases from the time they got out. You really couldn't tell who was employed through second chance and who just came straight through the door off the streets. And I didn't really see that in here. And we sat at Pfizer for like hours listening. And so I thought that would be included. I also have the Get Comfortable. Is that the beer? Is that the beer people?
That's the
Yeah,
charitable giving program that was started by
yeah.
Creature Comforts. And
Creature
it,
Comforts, yeah.
It's a program that largely funds early literacy.
Yeah, I had someone bring that up to me, so I just wanted to ask that so that it's on the record. But the implementation of Get Comfortable and Howard B. Stroud, I was told it lowered their test scores. Do we have that information? Or can we get that information? Because my source is very liable. And so, I don't want, Howard B. Stroud is a predominantly black school. And, the brewery in implementing, literacy, it is a problem for me for being a mom, being black, and just at all. And so, yeah, those are my two. I guess if someone could just tell me if Stroud's scores went down once that literacy was implemented, then, I'm fine. But
Several months
really
ago,
like to
Commissioner,
know.
I did attend an initial rollout for some of their initial data.
I would like
and
it
they
in writing.
Increased at that point, but I understand that they were going to do a follow-up report. And so it's primarily the Group Books for Keeps who does the on-the-ground work, but we can get some more information about that for you.
Yeah, I also have and I just want to say it as a parent, Books for Keeps is a great nonprofit, but when we have some of the lowest literacy grades in the state, I don't know, I just needed to get that out there. We're gonna give them $50,000, but our children aren't reading on grade level as well. And so, you know, when we argue about things in the budget, and we still continue to fund things that really, you know, it makes us feel good and it makes us look good on camera, but in reality, it really isn't making a bit of difference, then I have an issue with that.
Back to the kind of workforce development pipeline, Commissioner Myers.
Okay. I actually need some help now with these two documents because we just had this document that we received tonight, and then I pulled up the work session one, and now I'm getting confused at how the two are there. To me, and I really wanted to speak again after hearing Commissioner Thornton, because the part to me that was new in here that we were adding was the jobs portal and the, what do we call them, the navigators to help people in there. And that comes out to about $1 million. And so when I'm looking at the numbers from that we got at the work session, then, and that's why I was asking about the education and training, and that's about $900,000 there, where it was Clark County Books for Keeps, and now the Commissioner Taylor brought that up. You know, I love the Books for Keeps, but it's just it's just books. I love books, but it's not literacy training per se. And a lot of this does overlap with different, you know, goals of the school district. And so for me, one of the things that would be really helpful is to have these strategic goals sort of line up. I don't know, in some ways it was the work session was clearer to me. I see how it's broken down. Of course, I'm just looking at this while I'm speaking, so that might be part of the issue here. But I'd like these goals laid out in a way that's as clear as possible, and I would actually like to see the dollar amounts with the different goals so that we can see where things are going, because that's why I was asking about the programs and how they were chosen and what their purpose was, because I had no idea. You know, I don't know. I mean, of course we want little early education in middle school and high school, but some of those things are already going on. Why are we giving the school district another $100,000? Did they give money from their ARPA for the Career Academy? And so seeing the money, the specifics of the money lined up with the goals would be very helpful for me here. And a description of those programs, again, why them and not others would be helpful. Thank you.
Return to Commissioner Thornton.
I'm looking at and this item number 3, it says in December 2019, the Mayor and Commissioner voted to approve the creation of a workforce development coordinator. Who is that?
I believe that's a position in the Economic Development Department. Is that correct, Assistant Manager Jones?
That's correct, Mayor. It's Conchundria, who's with the Office of Economic Development, I believe. She's the lead staff member for the other workforce development group.
And I guess, again, when I look at the actual proposal, it says to hire a workforce development coordinator. So to me, again, I think we're conflicting ourselves a little bit. Are we using our best dollars to the best way we can? Now, I don't know, maybe you do need both of these, but again, I'm very bothered when I see things like advocate. I want to see we're going to do, and I want to see those deadlines and those potential outcomes. At the end of the day, when the money's gone, everybody's going to say we advocated, but we don't have nothing to show for it. So, like I said, David and I have talked. We're going to get together tomorrow, and you know, I just want to share my concern, and I do appreciate Commissioner Fisher. But this almost seems like the same things we've always done. I'm just sorry. I think we got to be more intentional. We got to be more direct. What does success look like? These other programs that I mentioned, for the 6 programs, what kind of success rate did they have? Or where were their gaps at? Where were their problems at? Why are we recreating the wheel when we have programs that was, maybe they are not good programs, maybe they weren't. But I don't think, and I see this all the time when things happen, especially in the community. I remember when pre-K was just for low-income kids. But when folks figured out that's some good education, everybody's kids got in there. So I just want to be conscientious about this. I'm not saying I'm not going to support it, but I really do need some clarification. So please don't think I'm not supporting it, but I need to have some more conversation.
Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple things. One, I understand and appreciate the urgency that's being shared by some colleagues around the need for us to take action. But I would note that with regard to my request for us to hold off on this until we hear from the other task force's recommendations, there is a hard deadline of when we have to get those in. I mean, ARPA specifies that we have to have everything dedicated by the end of this calendar year. So there's no way to wait longer than, December, which is, and I assume that we're going to get something before then. I would hope so. I'm hearing from one of the members of that task force to my left that we should. So, assuming we'll probably get it even sooner than that, but noting that there is a hard deadline of, a half a year, I'd hope that we could, make sure this is more fully baked and then look at it at the same time as whatever we get from that group. But I also, it's not clear to me how fully fleshed out this is. I mean, for one, there's some concerns being shared by myself and colleagues today that I think it'd be good to have some time to hear the chamber address, see if there's a way that they could incorporate some of those into this plan. But also, just to clarify what I meant earlier, when I look at our work session, the 5 primary goals listed are jobs portal, education and training support, communication and marketing, business and industry engagement, and long-term funding. And then the way that's worded, and then the goals that are listed under each, is just quite different. Again, maybe not in its substance, but certainly in its presentation, where this one says, first strategic goal is, I think it's saying, the organizational and structural actions necessary to start, then communication, which is one of the other ones on the work session, then education and training, again, same as on the work session, but the things under these headers are different, and then it only has a 4th instead of 5, and it's the business industry employers. So 3 of the 5 are kind of the same title, but with different things underneath, and it's just hard for me to understand how fully fleshed out this plan is if the version we discussed in detail at a work session was presented so differently from what we've just got tonight. And so I also think some more time would be helpful for that.
Commissioner Myers?
I just wanted to report that our task force goal, I believe, I don't have the dates, is to get something into the work session, pipeline by, I think it was the end of July, August, so that we will have something coming through sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just note that the thing that I'm most excited about in this proposal is the opportunity to do really some of the human by human hand-holding that's necessary when you need to do successful job creation and workforce development opportunity. It's great to train people, it's great to have a website, but in my experience working with young people for 20 years, you really need to sit down with them and counsel them and spend some time getting them into the hands of somebody else, that warm handoff that we often talk about in the human services world. And this not only provides that initial handoff opportunity, but really repeated counseling as somebody moves into a career and might even have some stumbles in that career, as many of us did in our young lives, and need some new opportunities. So that I'm very excited about. I anticipate we can get answers to some of the questions we've had tonight and get some additional documents before you ahead of the voting meeting. All right, we are going to move on to item 31. 31 is just receipt of the Youth Development Violence Prevention Advisory Committee goal set that, of course, you saw Dr. Scott speak to at a recent work session. I will note that given the timeline that I think Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Houle referenced earlier, we will probably meet right ahead of the agenda setting meeting in July after our summer hiatus to really map out how we can effectively utilize the remainder of the ARPA dollars. I just wanted to mention that in conjunction with this. Item 32 is title only at this.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I comment on that for a minute?
Please do.
And thank you. I would like, and again, I can't get an answer, if we're gonna move forward with the youth violence and prevention. I'd like to know whether or not CCSD is gonna partner with us and gonna put some skin in the game. I've been asking how much ARPA money they have left. I can't get an answer. So for me to support this, it got to be a partnership. I appreciate being on the task force. I think we came up with a really good plan, but this needs to be a partnership. This should not all come from Athens-Clarke County government. They got to share in the cost with us. So I just want to put that out there.
All right, we will get some information about CCSD dollars, particularly those ARPA dollars unspent and their collaborative willingness. Commissioner Thornton?
Yeah, I'm going to ditto that. Manager Williams is not here tonight, but I did ask about their budget, how they're going to bring something to the table. I can't do anything here with no dollars even written in the budget information. So I missed just nothing even to consider. So we do, these are all of our kids, and we should not be bearing the financial burden by ourselves. So I'll wait until we get some more information.
Item 32 is also title only. This is just the concept for the Sanford Stadium sanitary sewer project. Of course, long in coming, given that we've got a number of sewer upgrades really along the river corridor, including this one. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, can somebody kind of highlight the rough parameters of what we expect in this MOU? There's absolutely nothing, no info available about it yet.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, we have a phase 1 project going on right now, and phase 2 is going to connect to that, and that's going to go under Sanford Stadium. And while we're doing the work, the University of Georgia has identified a stormwater culvert section that they can place between phase 1 and phase 2 of our projects. So it's a good opportunity for us to just kind of work collaboratively together, and that's what the MOU is about.
So speaking of financial burden, will UGA be contributing to this financially or contracting out any of the work?
Those terms will be more clear over the next several months, but at this point in time, we were going to do the project anyway, so I think we're going to cover our portion of the project, they're going to cover their portion of the project.
So they are going to cover something?
They're going to cover their portion, the stormwater culvert portion, and we're going to cover our phase 2 portion.
Okay, I look forward to seeing this MOU.
I think we might be able to get some economies of scale as it relates to construction.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, just to Commissioner Link's point, when I worked on campus, we always shared in the cost when it came to that sewer line because it ran under the stadium, and so it was a shared cost. So I'm almost sure that hadn't changed. So.
All right, some more information on that forthcoming. Item 33 is the next iteration of our community benefits agreement plan with the Georgia Square Mall redevelopment. Of course, you've seen the recent concept plan for the transit facility, and there's some additional documents that we need to approve. So you'll be seeing that in the next week or so. Item 34 is the adoption of the resolution to amend the East Downtown Tax Allocation District redevelopment plan to include the mandatory distribution of tax increment to the East Athens neighborhood. Put that on consent? All right, let me make a note of that. All right, item 35. Yes, Commissioner Houle?
Sorry, I did want to, so I'm happy to support 34 being on consent, but given that we're doing this, and I think it's going to have an impact, I mean, we've heard as much from the Classic Center director on the funding of that project, I think it would be helpful to have, in conjunction with this, some kind of response from staff or the Classic Center on what their plan is for how to move forward on funding that project that we're quite bound to, given that this decision is going to impact that. Again, I support this decision, so I'm happy to keep this on consent, but I would like to have that information. I think that would be helpful for us and the public to understand.
We're working on that response right now, Commissioner Houle.
And ultimately, of course, this doesn't designate dollars to any individual project, but just says geographically 30% of the money goes west of the river and 70% goes east of the river.
And Jesse, I'll be happy to talk to you from the Classic Center Bond Review Committee that John and I are on, and we can shuttle you over some of the paperwork from our last one. But this wasn't mentioned in any of the paperwork that it was going to be needed for the Classic Center arena. So we're keeping an eye on that.
So 35 is title only as well, and this is a pay supplement policy. You know, one of the kind of unusual phenomenon with many of the folks who work in the courthouse is that some of them are state employees and some of them are local employees, but they do very similar jobs. And so this is, I think, what's a valiant effort to really kind of true up those folks who are essentially job alikes, but some state designated employees and some locally designated employees. So HR has been working on this for a number of months, so you'll get a little bit more information about that in the next week. 36 is somewhat associated. This is a Magistrate Court Associate Judge fiscal year 24 supplement amendment, and so we'll be utilizing some ARPA dollars to really kind of pursue the same goals that are described in 35 to kind of true up salaries, you know, based on really the competencies and work that those folks do. Any questions about that? 36.
Consent.
All right. 36 is consent. 37 are Superior Court state paid staff attorney supplement adjustment. So kind of similar to what I just described, although the magistrate courts folks are all local paid, whereas again the Superior Courts have some state paid and some county paid. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm happy with this and the previous one being on consent, but I am curious if staff, you know, tomorrow's our last scheduled meeting to discuss the budget. So can staff clarify whether we need to include in the budget something to, in FY25, carry forward this? We do. And so it would be helpful to know exactly what that is. I mean, I did my own. Yeah, 100. My math by adding 4% to these combined, because there's 4% in the mayor's budget, is 109. Yeah, 120,000 basically, 119. But I just want to make sure that we've got that correct figure as we're trying to crunch numbers tomorrow.
We'll make sure we have those numbers for you tomorrow.
We'll get that for budget discussion. All right, 36 and 37 on consent, Gene. 38 is a water and wastewater connection fee waiver program. We'll get some more information about that. 39 is the North Oconee Access Road Bridge Emergency Repair Contract Award. You got a memo from the manager about this in the last week. Commissioner Fisher? Oh, okay. I got you. All right, 40 is the request for approval of modification to our Code of Ordinances around our pension plan. We'll get some additional information about this. 41 is an amendment to the North Downtown Development Phase 1 loan agreement plan with the Athens Downtown Development Authority. The DDA is able to be a successful conduit for some funds to get the North Downtown plan, the former Bethel Homes area, off the ground. And so you'll be getting some more from that. And then finally, 42 is the formal adoption of our FY25 operating and capital budget, establishment of 2024 property tax rates, approval of the schedule of fees and charges for FY25, which of course we talked about in the context of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights discussion earlier. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Commissioner Wright and Davenport.
And on that note, I want to make a correction. It is Commissioner Davenport. He and John look so much alike, I get them mixed up all the time. Davenport and I are on the arena oversight.
Whatever.
All right, thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
See you later.
I won't be here. I'll be on the road. Family